never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I hear you, Big Moose. Let's start it up. There you go. I know Big Moose on the steel guitar. He's gonna have to let me know who all... Hey, they hit the studio this past day. How about that? Make the drive down to Sevierville, Tennessee. Got the gang all together. That's what we come up with. I like it. So that's the way we start off a Friday in the Eastern time zone as we've crossed over the midnight hour. we'll be working our way time zone to time zone into a Friday, 22nd day of April. There you go. Hope your week's going well. Welcome in. I am Steve Sommers. It is the Overnight Drive. OvernightDriveRadio.com. TNCRadio.live. Yeah, we'll have our Friday morning keywords coming your way over the next 5 hours. 2 keywords, which you'll enter for a chance at $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize in this nationwide contest. Thanks to Hotshot Secret and TNCRadio.live. At a comfortable 55 outside the studios, the secret bunker at this hour. Not a bad night. Hey, finally looking to really begin to warm up as we head into the weekend here. Many of us may see some of the warmest temperatures thus far in 2022 over the next several days. The warm-up started a couple days ago out of the central states. Now, not everybody's going to be warming up because we've actually got blizzard warnings in place once again. Deja vu, much as we saw about a week ago for parts of the country. We flip over here. Blizzard warnings are in place for northeastern Wyoming, eastern Montana, western North Dakota, and northwestern South Dakota. And we'll see a pocket of heavy snow. Again, things will be literally shutting down for some. And a big wind field associated with this latest storm system. Again, wind watches, high wind warnings, stretching from Nebraska through Colorado, much of Kansas, western Oklahoma, Texas, and nearly the entirety of New Mexico. But let's start things off with our warm-up as we head into the weekend. I'll take this. Earlier this week, we had morning lows about the freezing mark outside the secret bunker. Last several weeks have featured several snowstorms across the central and eastern portions of the country. Wave after wave of cold air, sending temperatures more into midwinter levels. Just last week, Chicago and Pittsburgh struggling to reach the middle 40s for several days. High temperatures, we're talking 20 degrees below where we should be this time of year. Well, now warmth that will be more typical of May or even June in some cases is set to expand across the Midwest, eventually reaching the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. As I mentioned, the gradual warm-up started in portions of the Midwest about midweek. You had near normal levels in St. Louis and Indianapolis on Wednesday. Middle 60s is what we were looking at. But these communities and others are forecast to record more extreme temperatures into the weekend. Here we are, headed into Friday. Many areas in the Midwest will see the warmest day of the year so far. Forecast temperatures above normal in the afternoon here on Friday. Most locations in the Midwest and the Great Lakes, Saturday will likely be the warmer day. Temperatures surging 15 to 20 degrees above normal for late April. So we're talking 70s to lower 80s. By the time we get into Saturday, stretching from Minneapolis to Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Detroit, cities that'll see probably high temperature marks for the year. Nashville to Cincinnati may close the closest to the highest temperature over the past several weeks. This warm-up unfolding thanks to 2 main features on the weather map, a storm that's going to produce both severe weather and another dose of snow in the central states. Then we've got a potent area of high pressure in the southeast. Those 2 features will be forcing a big-time northward bulge in the jet stream. Warm air surging up into the Midwest and eventually reaching the Northeast. The progression of the warmth into the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast could be just as extreme, they tell us. It's going to take longer for that warm air to get there. Here for your Friday, from Boston to New York City, where you have the chilly ocean waters holding temperatures back this time of year, you'll begin to see that warming trend as well. Highs reaching into the 60s. Areas further south and west, like Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., you'll be climbing into the 70s today. After a milder day for most on Saturday, temperatures forecast to peak on Sunday there in the Northeast. Widespread upper 70s to even middle 80s for some. Not everybody in the East is going to take up the dramatic warm-up. Yeah, the Northeast corridor, there's still going to be some cool air in place, kind of trapped over New England. After you hit the 60s today in Boston, you're going to drop back a bit below normal, 50s for the weekend there. Cities like Providence, Rhode Island, Hartford, Connecticut, similar fate for you. Depending on how much cold air gets stuck in the region over the weekend. But overall, the widespread warmth is going to linger in the Midwest and into the Northeast until a cold front sweeps through, bringing thunderstorms and a fresh batch of cooler air. Now, for cities from Washington, D.C. to Syracuse, New York, one last wave of warm air is forecast for Monday before the thunderstorms cool things down in that region on Tuesday. Forecasters not thinking we'll see anything as far as widespread severe weather with these storms, but yeah, this time caution. We could see gusty winds, some isolated flash flooding impacting travelers again in the Northeast. But let's focus in on our new round of severe weather. By later today, things are really going to begin ramping up, continuing into Saturday as this storm swings from the Rockies up toward the Canadian border. Yeah, the severe weather threat will include several major cities in the heartland of the country. Same system that's going to be bringing our latest blizzard conditions in parts of the Dakotas and Montana. Now, much of the day today, quiet in terms of thunderstorms, but we'll have the strong sunshine this time of year that heats the ground. Thunderstorms are expected to erupt, quickly turning severe during the late afternoon and evening hours. The greatest threat from storms later today into Friday night. Large hail, strong winds. As with any outbreak of severe weather, severe tornadoes, several tornadoes could spin up and threaten to cause some damage. From late today into Friday evening, the best chance of tornadoes will be for folks in eastern Nebraska, southern and eastern South Dakota, into western portions of Iowa. That's the region where we're going to have the greatest wind shear, twisting of the winds in the atmosphere, plus that surge of warm, moist air coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Further south, we may see a couple of separated thunderstorms from Oklahoma into the Texas Panhandle regions into eastern New Mexico. The timing, again, will begin Friday afternoon and then on into the nighttime hours. Saturday, the risk of severe weather pushes further east into an area with a much larger population in the mix. All facets of severe weather possible Saturday afternoon and evening. AccuWeather forecasters expect the storms to unleash anything from high winds and large hail to localized flash flooding, and yes, a few tornadoes. Minneapolis, Des Moines, Iowa, Kansas City, Missouri, Topeka, Kansas, to Oklahoma City, and all points in between will be areas at risk for those severe storms as that cold front approaches from the west. Now, while portions of the south central states have cooled off a bit from the weekly onslaught of severe weather we've seen in recent weeks as we've started the spring, there have been fewer severe weather days further north over the plains and the Midwest. The most recent round of severe weather in the north central region was back on April the 12th. We had about a dozen reports of tornadoes, dozens of incidents of high winds and hail stretching from Kansas to Minnesota. It is that time of year, though, the change of the seasons. All right, so aside from that, eastern half of the country is pretty darn quiet tonight. We are looking for some pretty thick fog to develop. We have dense fog advisories stretching from portions of western West Virginia, much of southern Ohio, eastern and northern Kentucky, and the southeasternmost reaches of Indiana tonight. Stepping outside the secret bunker here just a bit ago, a little bit of that fog is already beginning to settle into the region. And we do have a few scattered showers and thunderstorms, nothing reaching severe levels tonight, stretching through portions of Iowa, north and east of Des Moines. Some heavier rains along southeastern Iowa up into west central portions of Illinois. Things begin to tail off when you get down toward Springfield, Illinois. I believe the forecast is those should kind of continue to wane as we progress through the overnight hours. Temperature's cooling off a bit. Meanwhile, welcome into a Friday. Who we got on board checking in out of the box via our Facebook and YouTube feeds this morning? Timothy, morning there. Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the overnight drive crew. There's the legendary Big Moose. Slow rolling low, he says. FSC trucking on board. Is it spring yet? Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. A nice 55 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Happy Friday. Everybody enjoy that weekend. Morning from the Michigan Madman. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 3-day weekend for me. Barbecue competition. All right. Hope all goes well there, Larry. Let us know. There's our Canadian Terry checking in from Fort Wayne, Indiana tonight. 53, clear skies, smooth sailing. Home tonight and off for the weekend for a well-deserved break. Everybody be safe. That may be a different Terry. I don't know if that's our Canadian friend. I don't think it is. See, get so many Daves and so many Terrys. Santa Claus is on board, the one and only. Top of the morning, Steve, still 88 degrees here in Quartzsite, Arizona at this hour. Headed into Luke Air Force Base and the Yuma Proving Grounds shortly. Santa Claus out. And my compadres are throwing iron up on Donner Summit right now. Yes, Donner had been shut down as expected. Yeah, the snow is getting deep. He did send me the latest advisories along I-80 there, and I'll pass that your way momentarily. Heat wave is on board, morning from New Mexico, headed for El Paso and back later today. Yeah, got some gusty winds right now, but high winds expected later on. We've got 66 degrees and clear skies. There's Kyle checking in. Happy Friday, ready to roll. Zorro checks in. It's Friday. Lower, slower Delaware checking in. That's Ken on board. Hello to Pappy with 53 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. The new version I see is out. Big Moose and his orchestra. I think you call it a band, Pappy. That's 77 degrees tomorrow, they tell us. I got the alarm set for 08:30. Get that feeding tube out for Mercedes. Yes, finally. Thank you all for everything, all the support. Hammer down. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive family. There's Mike checking in. Be safe. Have a great weekend. That's Mike in Beaver Creek, Ohio. John Ferguson, hello to the overnighters. It's mild for Michigan this evening. 52 cozy degrees. Transporting the GM parts train up and down these highways. Deborah, as always, on board. Morning, Steve. Hey, love that new version of the Moose's song there. It's going to be a beautiful day. Nice day today. Stay safe, all the drivers out there, especially my driver. All right, let's see. Wally says, gee whiz. All right, Wally, come on. After midnight, 74 degrees, 15 mile an hour and easterly breeze here in southern Florida with cloudy skies. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Hello to Tim. Looking forward to 80 degrees in Monroe, Ohio, the forecast there. Hello to Richard from Central Florida with 71 degrees. Miss Millie on board. Morning, Steve and the crew. 54 here in Foster, Kentucky. A little great-granddaughter looking forward to making s'mores over the fire pit and grilling out. I can't wait. Everybody be safe. All right. It's getting to be that time of year, right? Those cool spring evenings. Fire up the bonfire and enjoy the evenings. There's Chevy Guy, copy in the mail. Missed you last night, Chevy Guy. Cadillac Mac on board, full speed ahead from Wilmington, Ohio, with 55 degrees or 52 degrees, just rolling out. Everybody stay safe. There's Jan. Good evening to all the Overnight Drive family from South Carolina. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-80 in Wyoming, about 58 miles from the I-84 split. We've got 55 degrees, had a windy day today. Got a late start today as I slept in some. Didn't like my fuel filter's gauge reading, so I had them changed. Looking good now. A great new version of the Overnight Drive song with the Big Moose and the band there. I sent an email link from Dan Bongino's show your way, Steve, about the food warehouse fires. The irony of that. Yeah, Pappy sent me that as well. Was it our final caller of the program last evening? Can't remember his name. I think I wrote it down here because he was talking about, I think it was Two-Step, if memory serves. Two-Step had called, and he brought that up on the program, thinking there's something seems a little sinister going on with all these food warehouse fires. And, of course, we had the Walmart distribution center, the Nestle fire, and then numerous others. Oddly enough, Dan Bongino was talking about that on his program this past day. Yeah, we'll touch a bit more on that coming up here, but yeah, something weird going on. Our number, meanwhile, is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Plenty of room for you. Lines available as we fire things up this Friday morning. All right, promised I'd give you the breakdown. For those traveling out west, we knew things were going to get ugly along I-80, Donner Summit. High wind advisories in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. But in the the Northern California area, the Sierra Nevada, eastbound, chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels from Kingvale to Truckee. Eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. You must have maximum chains in possession to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. Westbound traffic, chains as well, required for all vehicles. Same deal, except those with four-wheel drive and snow tires on all four wheels. That would be from Donner Lake, the Donner Lake interchange, to the 4.7-mile west of the Kingvale. You are being screened 10 miles east of the Nevada state line. Must have maximum chains in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. All right, thank you for the update. That's from, again, Santa Claus there in California. Sent me some photos. It's getting deep out there along I-80. Meanwhile, got an update on, we were talking last evening, the wildfires out west. Who was it? Heatwave, talking about the smoky conditions. The tunnel fire was one of the biggest, 14 miles northeast of Flagstaff. Flagstaff grew an additional 3,000 acres. It has now burned more than 19,000 acres. Along with property damage and hundreds of home evacuations, the Arizona Department of Transportation has been forced to close U.S. Highway 89, which connects Flagstaff with the Utah border. Highway is closed at mile marker 425 northbound and southbound at mile marker 445. Now, they say wind has limited firefighting efforts, winds up to 50 miles per hour they saw through the day Thursday, and those winds are expected to continue through the day Friday. And they do say natural gas leaks have also posed issues for firefighters. According to the county sheriff's office, about 25 structures have burned in the tunnel fire. There's an additional 250 structures still being threatened. As of Thursday morning, there was no estimated time for reopening. All right, they give you the whole the links as far as finding closings of roads and whatnot. Today is actually Earth Day. Come Earth Day, ground will be broken for a bridge over California's 101 freeway in the Los Angeles area for wildlife. Groundbreaking ceremony coming up today for the Wallace Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. It will span 8 lanes of highway plus 2 exit lanes. 200 feet long, 165 feet wide. This will be the Liberty Canyon Wildlife Crossing, built as one of the largest urban wildlife crossings in the country. It will connect the Semi-Hills and the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area as the largest wildlife crossing of its kind in the world. This is expected to provide life-saving habitat connectivity to a broad range of animals for decades to come, they tell us. California's Secretary of Natural Resources, in a news release, said, this shows us what is possible when unique partners come together to think creatively and then act boldly and decisively. I think we're going to be able to look back decades from now and realize this project galvanized a new era of conserving and reconnecting nature. We're talking about all kinds of wildlife. A cougar roaming the area caught the era of the news media and the imagination of the public. It's referred to as P22, a Save LA Cougars campaign. I got all kinds of folks that collaborated on this. Philanthropist Wallace Annenberg and the Annenberg Foundation issued a $25 million challenge grant to help fund this project. $87 million project in total, with the groundbreaking today, is expected to be finished in 2025. It may be the newest, biggest wildlife crossing in the country, but the Cougar Crossing over Highway 101 in California, it's not the only one. You may pass some of these on the highways. Red Mule had called and asked if we have any of these sort of crossings. I'm not really familiar with any in this part of the country, but there's western Colorado. You've got some of these crossings along I-80 in Nevada, in Utah, Washington State. There's numerous wildlife crossings out there. But all right, as we head toward news update, bottom of the hour, of course, we'll get to your calls coming up at 844-3388. And got an update from our friend there in New York who'd been out of power. Let me pull that back up here. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive family. Finally got power back in central New York a little before 8 o'clock this evening. We were without power for 62 hours and 45 minutes from the lawnmower man now. So finally power back on. Again, there's still thousands without power there in parts of New York. And I think their anticipation was to have all the power restored. Well, 95%, I should say, by 11:30 Friday evening. It's been a long week after the big, heavy, wet snowfall brought down trees, power lines, snapped off dozens of power poles that's had the crews busy all week long working to restore power. Glad to have you with us, though, Lawnmower Man. We get a news break, and to your calls we go on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
As Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine continues in its 9th week, the Defense Department held a briefing on Thursday with Pentagon spokesman John Kirby telling reporters that the United States will continue to help and provide aid to Ukraine as they continue to fight off Russian forces.
What we're providing is done in full consultation with the Ukrainians, and that they believe that these systems will be helpful to them in the fight in the Donbass. Where and when they employ them and how they employ them, of course, is going to be up to them.
The president announcing Thursday that the United States will be sending another $800 million in military aid to Ukraine to help them fight Russian forces. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said on Thursday that a 50 basis point rate hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Again, we'll get back to the whole what's going on with all these, warehouse fires. Is it unusual? Latest on, Elon Musk. He says he's got the funding together. What's that? $46.5 billion. Looks like he's ready to tender an offer at any time. That could happen today, as a matter of fact. All right, we'll see where things go. That's pretty big news, though. Meanwhile, promise we get to our calls here, so let's do that on a Friday morning. Is that Papa Deer Skinner?
Yeah, it is, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I just calling in to kind of touch base on me and my co-driver, Wayne. We called in first time last week. We have yet to get our code for our $60. And I wanted to make sure you had a right number or whatever.
I'm getting a pen and paper as we speak. I'm gonna take it back down here. So I'm pretty sure I forwarded those to Chad, but I'll double check. I've been known to take down numbers and kind of get them lost in the shuffle, if you know what I mean. And you do
hey,
know. Go ahead.
What's that?
They will be coming via a text message. Are you aware of that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people think they're looking at their email and whatnot. Yeah, so I've got your number here. I'll double check on that. So I've got your number. Wayne didn't get his either, you say?
No, he has not.
Okay.
So he called. You didn't have your email was down when he called.
Okay. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that was I remember that night. I'll see if I can go back and double check on that. Okay. Well, how's things going otherwise, dear Skinner?
Oh, everything's going good. We're heading across 64 right now, going through West Virginia, heading towards Virginia Beach. And traffic, there is hardly none.
Really?
So
Very
everything's going pretty smooth.
quiet night, huh?
Yes. So far, anyway.
Well,
But, when you get over there to Virginia by the tunnels, that may change.
Right. It's great to hear from you. Any big plans for the weekend? Or are you going to be out there moving the freight?
No, we're both off for the weekend. I think I'm going to hit the lake and go fishing.
There you go. I'm looking forward to this spring-like weather.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be there in Indiana. It's supposed to be in the 80s Saturday and Sunday.
Yes,
so
sir. Yep.
I'm ready for it.
Well, all right. Well, good to have you with us tonight.
Yeah. Yep. We're here. Hopefully, everybody's out there staying safe, and I'm glad to hear Big Moose's music out there. I'm waiting for the album.
Okay. Oh boy, so you want more.
Yeah. Big Moose. I tell you what, he's like the prime artist right now. He's one on the top.
There you go. All right.
In between him and Monkey Gouger, I don't know. I'd get them in a duet.
Monkey Gouger's been in hiding this week. He was on hold for a few minutes, I think, there on Tuesday morning, but haven't heard from him since. I think he's out there hauling that frozen meat.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to hear his stories about his big fishing trip over the weekend. He said he was going to go out there in the swamps. I haven't heard nothing from him.
Yeah, he always talks about it. Yeah, them fish were committing suicide, just jumping in the boat.
Yeah. I hope they're doing that this weekend. I wouldn't mind putting some in the freezer.
Well, enjoy your time off there. I guess so this final run, and then you'll head to the home 20. Good to hear from you, and I'll double check on your hot shot secret codes there. Speaking of which, that reminds me, I'll pull that up today. Hey, it's Friday, and it's just a weekend special deal where if you place an order for, I believe it's $99. I'm waiting for it to pop up here. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday only thing. It's time for you to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products. Friday through Sunday, so as we speak, any order over $99, they'll toss in a free 16-ounce bottle of Gasoline Extreme or Diesel Extreme with your order. I'm sure they'll have a way to specify which you want, Diesel Extreme or Gasoline Extreme. But again, that starts today, runs through Sunday. Stock up now at hotshotsecret.com. Don't forget to use your coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That's just for the listeners of this program. You save 10% off all your orders at hotshotsecret.com using, again, Overnight Drive, all one word, at checkout. And that's in addition to the 10% discount that's always available for active duty or veteran military, first responders, or CDL holders. All right? That equals 20% off your order. Head on over to hotshotsecret.com. All right, who's next up here? About 17 before the hour. Is that AAA?
Yes, it is. How you doing there, Steve? First-time caller to your new show.
All right.
Called in a few times on the old show.
Yeah.
And I'm out here about 10 miles north of Columbia, South Carolina. Got about 63 degrees, clear. But look, when you were at the truck show there, you mentioned about a guy there that started his own sleep study thing or CPAP thing, and he said he could get you taken care of in like 2 weeks rather than 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way I can get his name, number, or something? Because I'm having a big run around with my CPAP machine. It quit working. I bought a new one, and that one didn't work either. I mean, that company that used to advertise on your old show, they've kind of ripped me off, and now they won't even return my calls.
Now, I'm trying to recall, Greg McDermott was originally with Phoenix Sleep Solutions. Is that the one you dealt with? Because Greg he broke away and start his own company. I was looking here if I could find, I thought I had his business card here.
Greg McDermott, his name is, huh?
That's who was with Phoenix Sleep Solutions. Does that ring a bell? Is that who you worked with, or?
No. I had never heard that name. There was a woman named Molly there, and now there's a guy there. I can't even think of his name. It's on my phone, but like I say, I've been using a CPAP from them for the last 4 or 5 years, and the one that I had been using for 4 or 5 years, it quit recording, so I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, and I said, heck with it, I'll just order a new one. So I ordered a new one. I used it for almost 90 days, and I got a 90-day extension on my physical, so I could use the thing for 90 days, and I decided, well, I better check and make sure this thing's doing what it's supposed to, so I went to download it, and it hadn't even been recording.
Ah, okay. I'm pretty sure.
So the thing just don't work.
I'm almost certain I know where I put it, because I held on to the business card because we had interviewed. Greg wasn't there at Louisville, but his associate, who was actually the certified medical examiner that we interviewed, the doctor and whatnot, out of Washington or Oregon, out there in the Pacific Northwest. He was there at the show. I got his business card because he's the one that's on that registry of certified medical examiners, and I've also got a copy of Greg's card, so I will get that info to you here shortly.
Okay, I'll be listening. I really enjoy the show, and y'all have a great weekend.
Thank you much. All right, and I took your number down as a first-time caller, all right?
All right, good deal. Yeah, I'm willing to try some of that stuff. I don't own my own truck or anything, but I do have several cars and a bunch of lawn equipment. So
that's it. All right, so you're a prime candidate. All right, so yeah, I'll get that info for you in just a few moments. I'm going to go grab the cards here, and we'll return into. You want to jump on board? All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, where do we leave off there? It's 844-844-3388. Got a little racing update from Ryan this past day. He said whole milk. Yeah, that was Jimmy Johnson's milk order. That's something he tweeted about Thursday that he hasn't had to fill out since grade school. The 7-time NASCAR champion will be competing in his first Indianapolis 500 this year, after competing in mainly, of course, road course style tracks since retiring from NASCAR in 2020. Obviously, for the Indy 500, the tradition of milk dates back to 1933, when Louis Meyer requested milk, buttermilk to be specific, in Victory Lane, because his mother convinced him as a young boy it would refresh him on a hot day. Graham Rahal once joked that he'd like chocolate milk since he likes chocolate milk, and it wasn't found to be very funny. In 1993, the winner on that race drank orange juice instead, as he was trying to promote the Brazilian citrus industry, but actually got booed for many years after that stunt. So after 500 miles or 200 laps around the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you were to cross the yard of bricks first, what would your milk choice be? So Jimmy John, all the drivers having to fill out that form in the event that you are the winner. They want to know 2% skim milk, whole milk, what's it going to be? Jimmy Johnson, if he were to take the win, it's whole milk. Hey, good morning, Pappy. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. What's happening?
Hey there.
What is the word? Man, I got your text. What the heck, man? That's crazy. Steve, did you? I heard you got my email.
that I
sent you.
I've got that before me, as a matter of fact. So Bongino's talking about it. You sent all these links. Yeah, first of all, from Newsweek, 7 injured in explosion as fire engulfs food plant. Smoke visible for miles. Then from the Idaho Statesman, plane crashes into Idaho potato and food processing plant. Next up, you've got, 50,000 pounds of food destroyed after fire rips through a Maricopa food pantry. Now, all these are just in the last few months. February 1, thousands flee homes in North Carolina fertilizer plant fire. We jump down to Bonanza Meat Company building fire. That was in downtown El Paso. Yeah, all these are differing headlines. Fire erupts at meat processing facility in Lackawanna County. Next headline, crews battle major fire at Cobb County Meat Company. Fire shuts down the Hot Pockets plant in Jonesboro, Arkansas. I think that was the Nestle deal. A large fire at Tyson Poultry Meat Plant in Hanksville, Alabama. Wisconsin River Meats says portion of the Mauston plant, a total loss after fire. Couple of other here. Yeah, let's see. Multiple alarm fire at food processing operation on Hamilton Mountain. Memphis Fire Department responds to a third alarm fire at the Kellogg's Company. Explosion and fire reported at the Cargill Nutrina feed mill. And there's several others. So I didn't get to hear what Dan had to say yet, but can you give us a breakdown of what he was alluding to?
Well, these all happened in the last several weeks.
Yes.
Steve. So his point was, hey, we're allowed to ask questions here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are these accidental or intentional? The odds of all these happening within a few weeks just seems very suspicious. You got to agree.
Yes.
Not saying it's any kind of sabotage, but are they going to get to the bottom of this is the question. And if they find out, are they going to tell us the truth? Check this out, Steve. One of them, an aircraft, apparently crashed into this building. Tucker had this piece on his show tonight. Now, grant you, they already had this piece done, so it's, been in the works for days, and they were planning on, airing it. While he was on the air, he said an hour before they came on the air, an aircraft crashed into another food processing plant. What's going on, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who these pilots were. Don't tell me they can't figure it out. You know better than that.
I'd been kind of, ever since the big blaze at the Walmart distribution center there in Indiana, I've never heard any update to discover what the cause was. Was it arson or was it an accident? Again, because like we said last evening, all these facilities are required to have the fire suppression, the sprinkler systems, and how are they not working?
Yeah, Steve, I know these investigations take time. There's no two ifs, ands, or buts about it. These are major fire. We're not talking about like a little mulch fire.
Right.
This place, man. These are major fires. The one explosion they talked about said it was a boiler rupture, a portable boiler rupture that caused one of them. Now, look into it, man. If the thing's portable, how long has it been there? Was it designed or tampered with, to malfunction? Don't know. But I would like to know, let's get some DNA on these pilots. I know the one Bongino talked about was killed. I don't know about the one Tucker was talking about because it literally just happened an hour or two before he came on the air.
Mm-hmm.
But come on, man. Just two planes crash in a food processing plant. That's just open some eyes, man. And like we were talking about, Eagle brought this up. With these open borders, Steve, who's coming across, not saying this is the case, but how many of these people we have no idea who they are coming across this border, wannabe terrorist, hate America, kill America kind. that have intent on doing something just like this. I don't think they would ever tell us the truth if they really found out.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe after November of this year, we might find out, if in fact, that's the case. But it's speculation at this point. But like Bongino said, man, it's and Tucker, very, very suspicious. So, all right, my man. I called in pretty early. I got to hit the hay here. Try to, anyway. So I'm hoping laying the phone down and listening to your show might help me fall asleep.
All right.
Well, Moose, real quick. Moose sent me a couple of his tunes. Now, I'll tell you what, he's something else, man. Moose is talented, to say the least, and I think we all know that.
Right.
In the new version there. So, yeah, man, good stuff. Hey, thanks to everybody again for everything, Steve. I lost for words here. I just can't thank you enough. When all this comes to a close, I don't know when that thing will close down, how long it's supposed to be up, but I'll give my final thoughts on it. But just my heart goes out to everybody. But God love you all. Peace and hammer down. Dave.
Thank you very much. Pappy, have a great weekend, and congratulations on Mercedes getting the whole the feeding tube thing removed later on this morning. That's good news, right? Hey, rolling up on news break. It's 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we roll into a Friday. Coming up next hour, of course, hour number 2, we will have our first keyword of the morning in our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest, a nationwide contest. Once we throw that keyword your way, simply go over to tncradio.live on the web or the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, and you are entered to win the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my 5th successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Russia has tested a new nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile. Russian President Vladimir Putin saying it's a unique weapon that can overpower any existing missile defense system. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says the United States needs to upgrade our domestic nuclear missiles.
Joe Biden earlier this month canceled a routine missile test because he didn't want to do anything that would be provocative or escalatory. Right. And I think Vladimir Putin sees that the West is still on the back foot.
The White House says the test was announced ahead of time and that it has not deterred any plans to continue supporting Ukraine. Accused high school shooter Ethan Crumbley has a tentative trial date set for September 6th. Crumbley is accused of shooting and killing 4 students at Oxford High School just outside of Detroit in November. The 15-year-old will be tried as an adult and he will remain jailed and won't be moved to the Juvenile Detention Center. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
As home prices continue to rise, rent prices are following suit.
Rent prices across the U.S. climbed to record highs in March. A new report indicates that's largely because an increasing number of potential buyers are being pushed out of the market. Real estate brokerage Redfin said the median monthly asking rent increased 17% compared with a year ago. This marked the largest annual jump since February 2020, according to Redfin's data. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Mike Tyson is in the news again after an incident on a flight.
Former boxing champ Mike Tyson appears to attack an intoxicated airline passenger on a flight that was slated to leave San Francisco for Florida this morning. A witness said that 55-year-old Tyson asked the passenger to leave him alone after initially taking a selfie with his friend. The former heavyweight champ lost his cool when the man didn't stop and delivered a flurry of blows, drawing blood on the antagonizer's forehead. The witness says Mike walked off the plane just seconds later, and the man who was punched received medical attention and then went to police.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. SpaceX is marking another successful launch from Florida's Space Coast. The private company launching on Thursday a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 53 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, my turn again. Well, welcome back. Here we are. Got a Friday morning. Don't you hate it when you have something right in your fingertips? Like 2 days ago. Cannot put my hands on it right now, but I've been scouring here. I believe this is the one for our friend that was talking about some help with his sleep study and getting a new CPAP machine and whatnot. Again, Greg McDermott was a friend of ours for many, many years. Last time I saw him would have been Mid-America Truck Show, which, not this past, but maybe 3-4 years ago. And that was at a point in time when he had just garnered the entire R&L Carriers fleet for sleep studies for their drivers. He has subsequently broke away in Interstate Sleep Apnea Solutions. Yeah, just looking at the logo there, I'm almost positive that was what his business card had on it. Interstate Sleep Apnea Solutions.com, and they do have a phone number here. What the heck's the number? Just pulled that up during the break. It was an 855 number, I believe it was. Let's see, I found their Facebook page. All right, 855, if you got your crayon out there, 855-276-3227. Again, 855-276-3227. And when you dial him up, ask for Greg McDermott. He's the guy I knew well. And as they were describing this, it used to be they would actually send you an at-home sleep study kit, which you could take in the comforts of your home. You're knocking out the whole having to go to a actual sleep study center where they hook up all the wires and all that to you, and it's damn near impossible to sleep in those sort of situations anyway. You could even put this thing on in the comforts of your sleeper berth. And used to be the following morning, you'd have to kind of like package it up and send it back in to the facility where they could download all the info and whatnot. He was explaining this new technology. I guess it's all digital. You take the study, download, and right there from your smartphone or the app or whatever, and then you just throw it in the trash. Don't have to go through the hassle of sending it all back in. All right, so give that a try. Interstate Sleep Apnea Solutions. And what are we looking at? Back to the calls we go. Is that the Jolly Green Giant, I believe?
Good morning. This is Jolly Green Giant. Good morning to all the cartoon Karens. I want to talk about the CPAP machine you're talking about.
Okay.
Jolly Green has been using one for about 10 years. I did the home study, and it was one of the ones that you do at home, and then you send it back.
Okay.
And then my doctor ordered me one through a company called Lincare, Lincare. And Lincare, my opinion, it sounded like the problem he was dealing with, it wasn't transmitting the information. It was either the machine or there was something wrong with the computers at the company. Because I've never had a problem with getting the data when it was trying to go get the DOT physical. Now, I will tell you that once you have sleep apnea, you're on a 1-year DOT physical from that point forward.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are other ones that are on a 1 year, sugar diabetes, high blood pressure, and I'm sure that there are other things that I'm not aware of. So I'm on a 1 year because of my CPAP machine, and I'll tell you what, I've had no problems with Lincare the entire time that I've had this machine, and I have not had a problem with my machine. I love my machine. I sleep real good because of it. I pack that booger up, and I take that booger everywhere. When we go on vacation, if we fly and get on a cruise ship, it don't really matter. It goes everywhere that I go, and that's where that machine goes.
Mm-hmm.
So, no problem. So, also, I'll let you know that I did talk to Eskimo Mom yesterday, and she probably will not be back to work until the end of May or the beginning of June. So, also, I have not talked to Gilligan since Tuesday morning. Him and his wife were still having a rough time dealing with their son who died. I have a 30-year-old son. I do understand what they're going through. So they've been having a pretty rough time. So I hope that everybody will keep them in their prayers because it's not easy losing a child of 30 years old, you know.
Right.
Not easy at all.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a question for you. I've seen your pictures on Facebook of your Easter egg hunt. Did you stay out of the Easter eggs? If I understand, you like hard-boiled eggs. So I hope you didn't. Some of those Easter eggs didn't come up missing. You know.
I'll admit several of them never even got into the dye. They were consumed before they ever got dyed.
Okay, I'm taping this, come on. But either way, Steve, I have been listening. So I heard the call from Sex Maniac last night at 4:25, and I just want to thank you to continue on. I am a strong supporter of your show. And yes, Sex Maniac and I did come down here to the show, and we were there Saturday morning. We were there most of the day. So Jolly Green got a little wore out because standing all that time there really hurts my back. So I have to go find a place to sit down somewhere. I can't stand up like that.
Right.
So, but either way, it was a good show, and we may end up going again next year. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, have a good night. I will be listening tonight. So everybody have a safe trip tonight, all the cartoon characters out there. And Jolly Green Giant is 1010 and on this side.
Good to have you with us. Thank you. Yeah, it was good to meet you there in Louisville, and the Sex Maniac as well. Thanks for the jelly beans. Let me see here. Wheelchair Dave checking in. Steve, not sure, but plane crashed tonight, 6 or 7 p.m., General Mills suburb of Atlanta, Cuffington, Georgia. Maybe that's the one Pappy was speaking of with Tucker. Anyway, I wanted to say thanks. Thank you so much to Ryan for the racing reports. Yeah, please keep the racing news coming in. Of course, this weekend, NASCAR at Talladega. Let's see. Friday night, you got the late models and the sprint cars at the short track. Saturday, the Xfinity Series. Sunday, NASCAR, the big boys. And Sunday, you've also got the F1, Formula One race that'll take you, be racing in Italy this weekend. Okay. Another email from No Handle Dave this morning. Let's see what's he got for us here. Steve just heard the caller talking about not getting his code yet. Just wanted to let you know I hadn't got mine either yet. Made my first call last Friday. That was like Good Friday. Switching out now in Kalamazoo. Getting ready to head to Chicago before my return to Indy. Looking forward to another great show. One other thing. Can you add FR3 to gear oil? Yes, you can. FR3 is just the friction reducer. He says, I got a rototiller that uses gear oil for the drive. Wanted to add a little FR3 if I can. Thanks so much from No Handle Dave. All right. Thank you much, Dave. I'll have to get a hold of Chad. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Who else we got checking in via YouTube and Facebook this morning? Scrolling down. There's Rockpick on board. Happy Friday, Steve. The truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. It's a steamy 53 degrees, mostly cloudy here in Rochester, New York. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Let's see. Morning, Steve, and all my old trucking friends. That's Miles checking in. So sorry to hear about Kemosabe. Knew him for a number of years. He's a great dude. 38 degrees, breezy here in north central Montana. I'll try giving a shout out later on. I'm inspecting track tonight. That's Miles, our railroading friend, right? Okay, good to have you with us. Let's see. He goes by the handle. That's Kangaroo. All right, there's high pressure pumping on board. Good morning, everybody. Safe travels. Looking forward to the warmer weather coming our way this weekend. 007 checking in from Lincoln, Illinois at the Pilot truck stop tonight. A little bit of rain here, and good to have you all on board. Back into on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Under other industry headlines, I guess this guy should undoubtedly qualify for a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Truck driver still missing after fleeing the scene of a wreck in downtown Portland last week. Going back a week ago today, last Friday. According to the Press Herald, the truck driver was hauling an empty refrigerated trailer back from a potato delivery in Massachusetts when he drove through downtown Portland for unknown reasons. The driver then attempted to turn into a parking lot at the city's health department. That turn was too tight for the truck. The driver ended up hitting multiple vehicles. At least one car was totaled. He hit it 3 times, said an eyewitness. I wasn't away from the car very long. When I came back, he was moving on to other vehicles. Sandra Green, she's the one whose vehicle was actually totaled. It appeared he just didn't care about what he'd done and what he was doing. After smashing through multiple vehicles, the driver backed up onto Forest Avenue before heading down Congress Street, flattening a parking meter, and entering the highway. The owner of the truck and the trucking company the driver was working for said the driver then dumped the trailer somewhere and just abandoned the rig in Auburn. He's still missing as far as I know. I said the driver had been working for him on and off for about 3 years. He hadn't had any issues. Technically, he'd been a great employee on every job. Shaw did not identify the man name not mentioned in the police report, but investigators say they have identified a person of interest and have not released whether he's actually been located yet or not. And so obviously the guy's he's on the run for whatever reason. Then police are asking for your help, the public's help, in locating the driver of a pickup truck involved in a pedestrian strike at a truck stop. This is kind of a hit and run. This was a little before 4:30 in the afternoon, middle of the afternoon, earlier this week on April the 19th, at the Love's truck stop in Odessa, Texas, off I-20. It was all caught on the dash cam of another big rig that was actually parked at the particular lot. Police say it's a white Chevy dually truck. In the video, the guy's just backing up to the parking lot, and there's a pedestrian out there, and pedestrian didn't see him backing up, and he hit the guy, knocked him to the ground, then just left the scene, fleeing the scene without meeting the legal requirements by law. The Odessa police ask anyone who recognizes the truck or may have any information about the incident to give him a call. All right, Odessa, Texas. Obviously, he hit the guy hard enough where undoubtedly he felt the thump, a thud. I mean, knocked the dude to the ground. Didn't look like the guy was seriously injured because he got up and he was kind of waving his hands around like, what the hell, dude? Hey, hello, you just hit me. Cadillac Mac, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the weather's warming up some. I got a question for you, and I hope you know the answer to it, and I'm sure you do. I've been really curious about it. Everybody gets their alias name somehow. You know, mine's Cadillac Mac, and I just happen to be the owner of a 1959 Cadillac. So how did the monkey gouger get his name?
Oh, man, you know, he's told that story several times, but I would get it all screwed up if I tried to tell it. You know, it's obviously from when he was a kid. He's had the handle for many, 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 many years. But I'll have to wait for him to check in to give you the full story.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've been wondering all along. I said, that name's just so odd, how he got that name.
Yep.
Now, I do have one tip for all the listeners and yourself when you were talking about the radiator last night. Now, this is a very cheap and inexpensive fix to any radiator that you feel like may be plugged up or corroded up some, because I've done it many a times in some of my older cars. Is just drain the fluid out of the car, the radiator fluid, and just go to Walmart, your Kroger, your dollar store, and get you 2 gallons of white vinegar. Pour that white vinegar in there and run the car for a couple of days on that vinegar, and that vinegar will absolutely clean that radiator and your full cooling system out like you would never believe. It just eats at the rust, it eats at the corrosion, it eats at anything that's got the radiator plugged up, and your car will run so much cooler if you do a vinegar flush on it. And it does. And the vinegar only runs like $2.97 or $2.87 a gallon, so you don't have much money in it at all.
That's a new one on me. Never heard of that. I know that the wife uses vinegar with some of the laundry and stuff. It defies logic to me. Vinegar stinks, and you'd think that your clothes would come out smelling like hell when you use vinegar for your laundry, but it gets the odors out, I guess.
Yeah, the vinegar works so good on the radiator system, because I had an old Model A and it wasn't cooling too good. And then I did a vinegar flush, and you should see the rust that comes out of the system after you drain the vinegar off. Now, I did it a couple times to the old Model A, and I've never had a bit of problem ever since I flushed that out with vinegar. So even somebody that has an older car, and needs their system flushed out, the vinegar really reacts to all the rust in it and just absolutely cleans it like you never believe.
That sounds like
just a trick to keep up your sleeve.
That's the cheapest alternative I've heard yet to try before you're actually trying to pull a radiator and put a new radiator in. That'll be worth a shot.
It definitely is for the price, because I think you're only like $2.80, $2.87 a gallon for a gallon of vinegar.
Okay.
Yep. Well, that's all my baloney tonight, Steve. So you take care, and thanks for the show. Appreciate it.
All right, and we'll wait to hear from the Carolina monkey gouger. I'll let him tell his story once again. All right. Elon Musk in the news again this past day. Nothing to do with the purchase or maybe making that bid, this tendering an offer for Twitter. But pretty impressive. U.S. officials praising Elon Musk's SpaceX program. They tell us for shutting down a Russian electromagnetic warfare attack on Ukraine last month, which sought to jam SpaceX's Starlink satellite service that's been allowing Ukraine to have access to the internet for free since that invasion started. The next day, after reports about the Russian jamming effort hit the media, Starlink had slung a line of code and fixed it. According to the Secretary of Defense, reported by Defense News, suddenly that Russian jamming attack was not effective anymore. From the technologist's perspective, that's fantastic. And how they did that was, he said, it was eye-watering to me. The U.S. government is not able to make those type of corrections quickly, he says, highlighting a significant timeline that involves analysis of what occurred, comparing solutions, and obtaining a contract for necessary repairs. We need to be able to have that kind of agility, he said. We need to be able to change our electromagnetic posture to be able to change very dynamically what we're trying to do without losing capability along the way. Brigadier General Tad Clark of the Air Force's Electromagnetic Spectrum Superiority Directorate said, upgrading old systems won't be enough when it comes to electromagnetic warfare. This country, the United States, needs to create faster and more resilient systems. He argued that artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to have to be key components to our next generation methods. And what we're witnessing now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, is a direct demonstration of the importance of smooth electromagnetic warfare operations. And it is news break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175. You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you know you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code Classic3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code Classic3, and you'll also get free shipping.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, right on cue. We'll get to the Knuckle Buster, because that was his favorite commercial. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is my favorite commercial, Steve. I'm not going to complain about it. I just play Big Moose during the commercials there, and I don't have to worry about listening to them there, right? Anyway, that's all right. It's still a good commercial. It helps pay the bills there, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, let's take a little backtrack in history for 2020. Did you know Elon Musk wrecked an uninsured McLaren F1 back in 2020? He thought he was a good driver, but he found out he wasn't, right? But he had the money to pay for it. That's all that
right.
matters.
Yeah,
so.
not a problem, right? Just he got billions to throw
Yeah,
around.
not a problem. We just buy a crash one every day of the week there. All right, Cadillac Mac, I'm going to pick on you just a little bit there. Monkey Gouger, come on, really. You ain't really, it don't take much to think about why he got that handle there. They call it cooter, monkey, kitty, cat. Well, Alan Jackson's got a song out way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. Monkey Gouger, he likes to put it in that big hole up against the dash and gouge on it when he's driving down the road there, right? Hey, if you're going to take a picture of Mike Tyson, you better be real careful. Because if he tells you to leave him alone, he might bite your ear, Steve, or punch you in the head, and it ain't going to turn out good for you anyway, y'all. I mean, that's a dumbass right there. The man doesn't, you know. Them rich people, they got more problems than you and I got. So leave them alone there, right? I wouldn't want him biting my ear off like he done that boxer. And Bill O'Reilly, he got caught on video berating a JetBlue employee there. Come on, man. I thought Billy Boy was looking out for the folks. I mean, that's what he tells everybody. Or is that just a lie to get us to watch the show and give you some money there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll I showed you this the other night, and we'll do it again for the audience tonight. Chris Rock makes a joke about Jada Smith's alopecia. Will Smith smacks a Sam Houston Institute of Technology out of Chris Rock. The media goes nuts pushing alopecia awareness into the mass consciousness. Pfizer happens to be bringing an alopecia drug to the market. Pfizer coincidentally sponsored the Oscars, and that's I don't know.
Now I noticed.
Since we're all into this,
I noticed you said coincidentally. Yeah, so you got your tinfoil hat on, and you're saying there may not be that may not be a coincidence.
May not be. I don't know. We turn it into a conspiracy theory this week there. That's all that matters there, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was 2 people arrested in the theft of a sheriff's speed warning trailer. Now, come on, Steve. I mean, what the hell you going to do with that thing? Sit out there and watch people speed by your house? They were trying to steal the batteries, but they got caught. And they got caught by the GPS tracking system on the speed warning camera. And plus they had a video of them actually doing it. You know, it's got a video. So I think they need to be nominated for Dumbass of the Week, too. So they've been charged with first-degree theft. See, I bet that'll land them some prison time.
Yeah.
They've been getting bent over being somebody's girlfriend there. You remember that ship that went down with all them cars?
Doesn't ring a the.
Remember the ship that went down?
Oh yeah. A couple months ago. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there was a $1 million Chrysler that was lost out there, Steve. With it just went down. One car worth $1 million.
Wow.
It was a Chrysler, but since it was a Mopar, I don't think it was nothing but worth a penny. So they didn't lose a whole lot there. And I see Horsetether's got his John Deere tractor out there and got that ship stuck over there in the Chesapeake Bay. That Ever Given or Ever Lost or whatever it was.
Yes, Ever Forward.
Yeah. They got that thing out there. I guess they paid Horsetether a pretty penny to bring his John Deere out there, right? They got a Ford Bronco up there in a bay up there in Maine. It was completely underwater. They had to float that thing up by airbags, Steve, to get it back on land there. Well, when all else fails, read the back of that bottle. Follow directions. You can even email Hot Shot Secrets to ask a question, or you can ask Steve. And that ain't Ask Steve Harvey either. You know, he had a show named that, Ask Steve, and all them women would get on there to ask him all kinds of questions to see what kind of answer he'd give them there. And he'd look at them like, are you that dumb? So, but anyway, that'll be all of my baloney for this go around. I meant baloney, so I could be different than everybody else there. And we'll keep listening to this great Steve Summers Overnight Drive show. And when y'all put Overnight Drive code in that checkout box, that's overnight, NIGHT, not overnight, NITE. So, like a trucking company there, right? Of course, they ain't even in business. They were, you know, they used to have signs all over the place, no overnight parking. And then they switched it to overnight and UPS, and I always wonder it was over and ups or ups and over. And now there's something else, Transformers, right? Something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And, well, keep this thing going down the road there. Be like monkey gouge, put it in the big hole and gouge on that thing, and we'll take it on to the house.
All right, yes, and the coupon code, you are correct, is overnight, over NIGHT Drive. Overnight Drive for your 10% off via hotshotsecret.com. Earlier this week, a couple days ago, you remember it was 420. 500 pounds of marijuana spilling across the interstate in Missouri on 420, no less, Weed Day, after a 3-vehicle crash that ended up with a drug trafficking charge, according to the local news outlet KSDK. Highway Patrol believes a semi-trailer swerved to avoid another crash, and a pickup truck behind it rear-ended the semi, while another semi veered off the road and hit that pickup truck. The Highway Patrol believes all the marijuana was in the pickup truck, which was occupied by 2 men and a woman from Mexico. The men were arrested, charged with drug trafficking. All 3 suffered moderate injuries. But the Missouri State Highway Patrol says, you know, you don't see this every day, but it is 420. According to the Highway Patrol via Twitter, it took more than 1 patrol car to haul away all 500 pounds of bud back to the station, where they took a photograph of the pile. So marijuana, illegal for recreational purposes in Missouri, and it's definitely not a state where you want to get busted. It is, however, legal for medicinal purposes, and dispensaries in Missouri generated nearly $30 million in state tax revenue in 2020. While 10,650 Missourians were arrested on possession charges. Now, they do say distributing more than 220 pounds is a felony in that state, punishable by 10 to 30 years in prison or life imprisonment and fines. Now, they do say this particular haul definitely hit that limit. So those 3 from Mexico, wow. All right, we'll get a quick break in here and back to your calls. What are you looking at? Sylvester got you coming up and wondering where you've been. We'll get an update just ahead on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, the numbers have been bouncing around with Twitter. I'm trying to recall when the big announcement came out that he had acquired 9.2% of the company, and he had purchased stock at I think it was somewhere in the $34-35 a share range. Now, they're now talking about he's looking at probably tendering an offer at a price of $54.20 per share. I'll give you all the latest on that coming up here, because there was some big developing news this past day. Let's head to the land down under. It's been a while. How's things going, Sylvester? What's been happening?
A lot of stuff happening. So the reason I haven't called is my mother-in-law passed away.
Oh.
And I already knew about that, I think, from Facebook. But there, a lot of other things too, a lot of legal issues. I got a promotion at work. That's been complicating life, and just things like that. Oh, man, so much to talk about, not enough time. You know how it is. But the first thing I wanted to find out, do they have the date for next year's show published yet?
For Louisville, yes, they do, indeed.
What are those dates?
Oh, hang on one moment. I think it's right there. Let's see. I had it pulled up a few days ago. Matt's 2023, March 30th through April 1st.
Perfect. Only 3 days?
Yeah, it's a Thursday, Friday.
They do a Sunday as well.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, for years and years, people have been saying, as big as it is, why don't they make it a 4-day show? But they stick with 3 days: Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that it was something, because I always would get up there on a Tuesday or a Wednesday anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So Susan and I are planning on being there. But, and in saying that, I don't know how that's going to happen or what that's going to look like at this point. It's just, I'm going to put that down now to make sure I've got that blocked out. I'll take vacation during that time. It is so sad to hear about Randy. I didn't realize, because the only way I kept in touch with him was by phone. So I haven't talked to him since I've been over here. And even probably a year before that. So probably 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah, well, fill me in, because I hadn't even heard myself. I saw someone posted earlier, sorry to hear about Kemosabe, but what happened? I'm not even aware.
I don't know. I have no idea. I've had no communication with him. somebody who said that, I'd like to know what they know because I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Yeah.
So, all right. The other thing, Miles, good to see Miles calling in. Miles is at the truck shows all the time. It's good to hear him calling in. There's so many of the old crew that just are either not around anymore or guys don't call in or that kind of thing. Like Guy Husqvar, he's a great guy. He worked for, I guess he went to go work for Walmart after he left Schneider. He and his wife used to team, and I hadn't heard from them, and a lot of guys and gals. But so just a real basic thing, real quick, and then I'll let you go. I started work at 6 a.m. this morning. The whole thing about the Moskva, I keep hearing people trying to claim that it was an American missile that actually sank the ship, and there's no way that two of those Neptune missiles could have done it. Well, people don't realize that missile, that Neptune missile, is a copy of what we called a Harpoonsky missile, which was a copy of the Harpoon missile. And if there were two of them that hit, they go for about 5 meters or about 15 feet above the waterline. And when they go in, if it's got the right warhead, which these are actually better warheads, better guidance than the Russian one, and actually better than the same Harpoons. These are very, very new missiles. Definitely could have taken out that battle cruiser under two circumstances. Circumstance one, they were not at full battle readiness, which is likely. They had no expectation that the Ukrainians could field that missile at that time. It's possible that they fired 4 at once and only 2 made contact. The Ukrainians have been really quick about it. The other thing is that they definitely would have used some type of bluffing system where they would have made up that there were other drones in this case to the direct north of the Moskva to try to disrupt its anti-ship missile system.
Defense, yeah.
Anti-defense, sorry. And the other thing that it could have been as well is that might not have even been operational. That ship is very old. It went through a refit for 10 years, but that's to 2000 or just after 2000 it was relaunched. So you're still looking at even today, it's still a 20-year-old ship that was meant to go into full refit 4 years ago, and it never went because they just couldn't afford it. So it's very likely that a lot of that gear just wasn't working well. Now, not only that, but the Russians have got crap, as we can see, have got crap equipment, absolute junk equipment. I read a report from a British intel operative who actually managed to get a tour of the Moskva when it was in, this is several years ago, when it's now in the area that's now called Crimea. Well, it's doctored from Sevastopol. And he was telling me, not specifically, but in this report, of all the things that he had seen, etc. And I got news for you. If it just sounds like they have complete crap in their military. Sorry, I don't know what that whole thing's about. But anyway, last thing. I know you got to go here in just a couple of minutes. You know where the Solomon Islands are?
Vaguely, but go ahead.
Okay, it's a Pacific island chain of islands where right now, like Kiribati, I think is one of the Solomons. It used to be British up until not long after World War II. I think it was in the 50s or 60s. And then they gained their independence in the 70s. And, well, the Solomon Islands have just signed a security arrangement, as it said in air quotes, with China. So, that's huge. The Australians are absolutely livid about how this has been allowed to happen. This can make some major changes to the whole geopolitical feeling of the entire Southern Pacific region. I haven't called in much and talked about all the things that have been going on in China. Last time I called you, I was telling you about the defense drills going on in Taiwan. I really think a lot of what's going on is China's watching to see how the world reacts to what's going on with Putin. And they've seen how the world has actually amalgamated against Putin and the Russians. And if you've noticed how the Russian ruble has bounced back, a big part of that is Chinese influence in it. The Chinese have actually jumped in to support Putin. Anyway, my friend, fantastic show as always. Thank you for letting me have my say. Look forward to seeing you next year. It's in the calendar. We're going to make arrangements to be there. We've got to go buy a house first, and it's going to cost us $1 million. And I can't believe that we're spending $1 million on a house. I can't believe we got $1 million.
Right?
That's another story.
Financing for $1 million. Okay,
Right, we'll talk to you guys later.
Great to hear from you. All right, so stick around, Sylvester. I've got the skinny. I found the lowdown on Kemosabe. We'll share that with you coming up after the break. I was kind of wondering if we'd see him there at the Mid-America Truck Show. This kind of explains why we didn't, I suppose. Real quick, it's almost top of the hour. Hey, you need a keyword, correct? Your chance at $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize here on a Friday morning. Keyword number 1 this morning is spend. Like spend that money wisely. S-P-E-N-D. Spend is your keyword. Go to tncradio.live. Enter for your chance to be a winner. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my 5th successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
Russia has tested a new nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile. Russian President Vladimir Putin saying it's a unique weapon that can overpower any existing missile defense system. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says the United States needs to upgrade our domestic nuclear missiles.
Joe Biden earlier this month canceled a routine missile test because he didn't want to do anything that would be provocative or escalatory. Right. And I think Vladimir Putin sees that the West is still on the back foot.
The White House says the test was announced ahead of time and that it has not deterred any plans to continue supporting Ukraine. Accused high school shooter Ethan Crumbley has a tentative trial date set for September 6th. Crumbley is accused of shooting and killing 4 students at Oxford High School just outside of Detroit in November. The 15-year-old will be tried as an adult and he will remain jailed and won't be moved to the juvenile detention center. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
As home prices continue to rise, rent prices are following suit.
Rent prices across the U.S. climbed to record highs in March. A new report indicates that's largely because an increasing number of potential buyers are being pushed out of the market. Real estate brokerage Redfin said the median monthly asking rent increased 17% compared with a year ago. This marked the largest annual jump since February 2020, according to Redfin's data. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Mike Tyson is in the news again after an incident on a flight.
Former boxing champ Mike Tyson appears to attack an intoxicated airline passenger on a flight that was slated to leave San Francisco for Florida this morning. A witness said that 55-year-old Tyson asked the passenger to leave him alone after initially taking a selfie with his friend. The former heavyweight champ lost his cool when the man didn't stop and delivered a flurry of blows, drawing blood on the antagonizer's forehead. The witness says Mike walked off the plane just seconds later, and the man who was punched received medical attention and then went to police.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. SpaceX is marking another successful launch from Florida's Space Coast. The private company launching on Thursday a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 53 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, jump back into it for another hour. Friday coming on here. Let me start here. Let me flip back over. Let's try to keep up with what I got going on. All right, Kemosabe. Yeah, he was a caller. It wasn't a regular caller, but met him on numerous occasions over the years. There at the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville. He was always a part of the group out there. Friends in the parking lot and whatnot. according to what I'm seeing here, as you know, we were still friends on Facebook. Kind of drives me crazy. If you don't go to someone's page, you may never see anything they post. You go to their page and you may see their post. I guess it's all about the algorithms used by Facebook. But obviously, the sheer number of friends on Facebook that I've got, it's just don't have time to see them all. But his brother-in-law had actually posted back on March the 19th that he had been involved in a serious motorcycle accident in Arizona the previous day. So that would take us back to March the 18th. Going through, they had been giving updates and whatnot. I guess he had some serious brain injuries. Spent a lot of time, I guess, unconscious, highly medicated, and then at one point, it looked like he was making progress, unable to talk, but he could squeeze hands, shake his head yes or no, and he had opened his eyes. That was April the 2nd, was that update. I guess that's his sister-in-law that had been posting some of these updates, and apparently he passed this past day. So looking back just, the last several hours, all the posts of Randy Kuna, otherwise Kemosabe, rest in peace. A lot of people showing their surprise because things seem to be going better, but sad news. Yep, he will be missed. He's a good guy. So there's the update on Kemosabe. All right, who else we got here? Hello to Billy the Kid. Sends us an email this morning, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Hey, Steve, up late tonight, but finished up early. Now I get a 3-day weekend. All right. Now, when he sent this about a half hour ago, said me and the Big Orange about 30 minutes from the home 20, so should be there right about now. Then I'll be 10:42 till Monday morning. Kudos to the Big Moose. I love that theme song. Hey, got a quick question. So if we get to rolling down the highway, jam into that new tune and get a speeding ticket, does the overnight drive or a hotshot secret assume responsibility? Or any promotions maybe to help pay the fine? All right, y'all can't be playing that hard driving music and expect us not to be hammered down. That is a real toe tapper there. I could listen to that all night long, but all right, good to hear from you. Billy the Kid, everybody stay safe. Have a great show. All right, thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Billy. Enjoy that 3-day weekend. All right, then on to Elon Musk. Somewhere in the mix, I had the complete update there. The billionaire Tesla CEO Elon Musk says he has secured the required financing to buy Twitter, take the company private. That was the latest regulatory filing. They say he's also exploring a tender offer to buy shares directly from the stockholders. The documents in the filing show Musk has received $46.5 billion in commitment to help finance the proposed deal. If he goes ahead and with a tender offer, he would approach Twitter shareholders and offer to buy their shares within a specific time frame. They say he's still considering whether to launch a tender for Twitter outright. But Elon, the richest man in the world, has acquired $25.5 billion in debt financing from Morgan Stanley and other financial institutions, including Bank of America, Barclays, and Mizuho. He's also committed to provide $21 billion in equity financing. According to the document, he is seeking to negotiate a, quote, definitive agreement with the board for the acquisition of Twitter. Twitter has not responded to the proposal, according to Musk. Given the lack of response by Twitter, he's exploring whether to commence a tender offer to acquire all the outstanding shares at a price of $54.20 per share. They do say he has not determined whether to do so at this point in time. Some had speculated earlier that he didn't have sufficient cash for the acquisition. The latest funding information, however, may make it more difficult for the board to claim he's not a serious bidder. After making the bid on April 14th to take the social media company private for $54.20 per share, which valued the company at around $43 billion, that's where the board of directors did that poison pill trying to prevent a hostile takeover. The poison pill. They call it a shareholders' rights plan, a defense strategy to make the takeover more expensive and more difficult. If Musk reaches 15% ownership, the poison pill would be triggered. That would allow other stockholders to purchase additional shares at a discounted price, kind of diluting his ownership stake. Back on April 4, he had announced he had purchased 73.5 million Twitter shares. That's where he acquired 9.2% of the company. He later reduced his holdings to 73.1 million shares, which bumped him down to 9.1% of the company. Twitter's other large shareholders, including the Vanguard Group, which owns a 10.3% stake, Morgan Stanley an 8.4% stake, and BlackRock at 6.5%. The whole ownership contest has pretty much devolved into the proverbial chess game after the company's board last week adopted that poison pill trying to thwart his takeover. Many people around the world, including the company's stockholders, have been very eagerly watching to see what Elon and the board of directors would do next. Now, he initially hinted at a tender offer when he sent out that cryptic tweet that said, "Love me tender." He then posted a tweet that had a blank space for a word followed by the phrase, "is the night." They believe that was a reference to the novel Tender is the Night. Those are the kind of messages fueling speculation that he may be indeed close to announcing a tender offer. Of course, this week, numerous media outlets reported that Apollo Global Management is considering financing Musk or another bidder for a Twitter buyout. Apollo or other private equity firms may participate in Elon's takeover bid as what they would call debt or equity partners. It's more likely that he would initiate a proxy contest. He'll try to convince major shareholders to get them to his side, either by taking his tender offer or by removing the current board. What we are witnessing, though, is the proverbial chess game in public. Okay, update on Elon. Twitter. Get him, Elon. Hey, good morning, Q Ball. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Oh, I got a bunch of... Can you hear me all right? Sound like it's static.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. You know, I've been thinking, I heard about all this, the situation that Pappy was talking about earlier. Hope he's sleeping, because I'm probably going to get his blood pressure up here if he ain't. You know, first I heard about all this food processing plants and all these different fires and whatnot was on Tucker tonight. But I've been sitting there thinking since I heard about that, and you know, it's kind of weird now. If you look at everything that's going on right now in this country, right? I like I said when I first called in, I'm like, who's really in charge around here?
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I called, you know, you got literally the Easter Bunny dragging Biden off.
Yep.
So he doesn't talk to people. It's almost like now, either when it comes to the media, is it so bad with Biden now that even fake news, other than this whole PolitiFact thing with the handshake and the nobody thing, is it now so bad that even, the liberal media just gave up trying to spin the obvious anymore? Like, the guy clearly doesn't even understand what's going on. He did an interview where some reporter asked him about Title 42, and he even called it Title 42, but he was really talking about the mask mandate. It's like he didn't even understand one from the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like he has nothing to do with it. Like he just kind of parrots what he's told. But anyway, clearly the guy has no idea or understanding what's going on. And one of my biggest concerns was, if there ever was a war, ever was a nuclear war, this country, the only one, I can't believe that no one else is grabbing this. Nobody in conservative talk radio has been saying this. Only, it's kind of weird. It's like only me and maybe a handful of others ever said it on this show. If we ever had to go to nuclear war, the only one that can authorize the release of nuclear weapons is the president. And our president doesn't know what planet he's on. Okay? So I guess if somebody were to attack us, I guess we'd have to consult the Easter Bunny.
You think?
Because consulting the president, he was like, "What? I don't get it." That whole thing.
Yep.
And I've said that for a long time. So there's no mutually assured destruction anymore. The old Flagbecker Reagan doctrine. The birds would cross in the air. We don't have that any longer. So with that being said, you can't do anything. What can you do about Joe Biden right now? If you impeached him, or if he resigned, they shoved him out. As of right now,
yep,
you got Kamala Harris.
Bingo.
Well, she doesn't exactly know what's going on very well either. I mean, I don't think she's lost her marbles, but there's not too many marbles in that bag. You get what I'm saying? Okay. We all know how that woman got her job.
Giggles.
Okay. So, who's next? Well, you got fat crap crazy Nancy. She's number 3 in line, right? Now, she might be going a little bit Looney Tunes herself nowadays. However, with that being said, you got to give it to her. She used to be, and still is to a point, pretty damn cunning. She's not really stupid. You follow? She's that old school. She's just a liberal. And in my opinion, liberals already have mental issues to begin with. But of the three of them, she's probably the one that understands how things work the most. And that's not saying much. So with that being said, you got number 1, he's out to lunch. Number 2, she's, not all there. And number 3, she's got issues as well. So with that, if I've just laid out all these reasons why we have no effective leadership, and even if we were attacked nuclearly, there would be no U.S. response. So why is nobody here? In other words, how come nobody is over here ruffling feathers? Well, the answer is real simple. The same reason they didn't come over here during World War II. It's because of the citizenry. We're armed to the teeth. And every enemy of the United States knows that.
Correct.
Now, how do you put that down? You start softening the public up. They've been doing this Honestly, I think the communists have thought this up and put that plan into action long before I was born, because they are very patient people, these commies. They are very patient. The Russians, the Chinese, especially the Russians, they're real patient. They've been softening us up for a long time by attacking our education system, attacking slowly but surely our political system. And if you thought 2016 was bad and 2020 was just in your face as far as the way things went down with voting and COVID and all of that, so I'll stand slightly there. But if you think that was bad, what do you think they're trying to do now? We're at the point now where the whole nation can see plain as day what's going on. Even people that aren't really paying attention fully understand that our government is completely off the rails. It's basically a rudderless ship. No one's steering it. Nobody at the top, even middle management, for lack of a better term, has a clue. And everybody sees that. So you got the midterms coming up in 22, and we're still starting around with COVID. Now, and masks and all of that, right? So I'm sitting there wondering, what are they going to try to do to make it to where 22, November of 22, this year, the midterms, how are they going to create a thing to go back to mail-in ballots? May I now bring to you our food supply? May I now bring to you the fertilizer issues from coming out of Ukraine or Russia? The fuel issues we have now, the high prices, inflation. In other words, all of this, it's almost like Russia wants Ukraine anyway. It's almost like somebody sat down with Putin and said, hey, look, I know you want this anyway, but if you play your cards right, farting around with Ukraine, we could use that to weaken the states even more than they already are. They've been talking food crisis for a while now, Steve, and now it's like all these little fires and boiler explosions and plane crashes and this, that, and the other. Did we ever get to the bottom of it? Was it one plane crash or two? Because it sounded like it was two, but I don't know. That just seems real weird. But, you know what I mean? I'm just, how else can you, I mean, we're not going to fall for the COVID thing again.
No.
You know, society ain't that dumb. So what's the next thing they're going to do to create the mail-in ballots to take another election? Food shortages. That's very well may be. Now, I'm not saying that that's what all these warehouse things and fires are, but man, I don't know. I mean, you got, the point is they're not done. If you thought they were done, you're sadly mistaken. They're not done with us. The only reason they're not messing around here is because there's too much. The population is too well armed and too just too aware. We need to be softened up a bit before they were to come here and mess things up. So I think that's what they're going to try to do, is soften us all up now. We're not going to go with the COVID. What's next? And that's what I'm kind of worried about, because our entire government's out to lunch. No one's paying any attention. No one understands what's going on. Who's going to protect the 22 midterms? The same people that control our government now. I firmly believe that our government follows the orders of the FBI, and the FBI follows the orders of a foreign government. And you could follow the Hunter Biden laptop. FBI's had that thing in possession for a long time. They've done spin. So that tells me they're in on it. That tells me they're part of it. They have weight on the current president. They have weight on his family. They have weight on Pelosi. What do they have on Kamala? We haven't really talked. No one's mentioned that really. But the fact remains, you know, it's plainly obvious, you know, who really runs things when you start following the, you know, like I said, following who should be in jail and who's not. This goes back to Obama and Hillary and I mean, why is it that the FBI seems to protect those that we know are guilty as sin, but go after people that have done nothing, a.k.a. General Flynn,
right?
Trump. The list goes on and on. Roger Stone. I mean, how'd that play out? I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out the FBI has been corrupt since the day it's been incepted. And today it's no different. I think it's under the control of a foreign government, if you ask my personal opinion.
Wow.
Which would make sense with everything else that's been going on. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think they're trying to soften us up for the next step. They're not done. I don't believe they're done.
Yep. Well, the communists are never done. And we've been saying for decades, they are a very, like you said, they're a very patient people. And it's the same with the likes of the radical Islamists. Their plans haven't changed. The ultimate goal of taking over. But they're willing to bide their time. Decades. I mean, literally planning things decades in advance. All right, higher food prices. All of a sudden, this is actually a story. Food shortages in America. Should we worry about the recent string of food processing plant disasters? Our system has been betting on higher food prices since earlier this year. And of course, the war in Ukraine has put more upward pressure on food and energy. But now, one of our correspondents warns we may have food shortages in America as well. We start with the case of higher prices, then consider his warning of shortages and what to do about them. 1 month before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, our system's top names had shifted to an energy and food focus. In a post, we noted 2 oil E&P stocks, 2 oil ETFs, and a coffee ETN, and a corn ETF. We had them in our top 10 names. I'm not going to list them all off, but since then, the energy and corn names have ripped higher. Of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine played a role here. In addition to being one of the top exporters of wheat, along with Ukraine, Russia is one of the top exporters of agricultural inputs, oil, natural gas, fertilizer. And, of course, you've got the sanctions on the regime that have raised food and energy prices. We'll pick up there after the news break here as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175. You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, welcome back. Get back to the calls here in just a moment. Real quick, we pick up string of disasters at food processing plants and warehouses. Got a correspondent, Ben Braddock, that brought up, is this a risk factor, the string of disasters? And we shared the headlines, Pappy, that Bongino was talking about those this past day. Now, one correspondent or respondent says, we really shouldn't be worried about this. And I did this past morning look up, and these were actual statistics. You would be surprised. Warehouse fires, believe it or not, are nothing new. They happen every year. Most of us just never really pay any attention to them. The actual scale of the loss is minuscule compared to the actual food supply in the country. In the United States, this is the eye-raising statistic. There were approximately 1,240 warehouse fires per year between 2009 and 2013. I know that's going back, but that's big. Annual property damage is about $155 million. Now, this represents a reduction in the number of fires over a 30-year observed period, from 4,700 to around 1,200 per year. Another says, drawing a comparison to the panic when there were churches, in particular black churches, burning down a few years ago. Remember the media panic in the 90s? It turned out people just didn't understand that there's a vast number of churches in this country. And yes, a lot of them catch fire, especially in rural areas. So maybe not a bad idea, which a number of our callers have alluded to. If you haven't already, when you go to the store, maybe buy an extra big bag of rice, some dry beans. Of course, canned anything would be good. You portion the stuff out, you vacuum seal it, or seal it in Mylar bags with oxygen absorbers, and put those in your hard containers. And of course, if you're inclined to do so, you've got all those, there's numerous, and they're big in advertising right now. I've made some purchases from, I think the website is 4patriots.com, the number 4 Patriots. You can buy a 30-day food supply. I mean, we're talking the freeze-dried stuff that's good for like 25 years. They sell, 30-day supplies, 90-day, 100. I mean, depending on what you want to spend, you can really stock up. Okay, so let's get back to the calls here. There's Heatwave checking in this morning. What's happening out there?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot there, senor. Oh, goodness. Well, we're just expecting the winds to come by later on tonight or tomorrow about noon or so. I guess the jet stream's kicking a southern route. And, I wanted some weather to come down here, but I wanted it in the form of precipitation, not by wind. Holy smokes. They're talking about the 80 mile an hour wind up in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, which is basically the mountains there in Santa Fe going up north toward Colorado. So it's not going to be too good for a whole lot of people out here, especially us with wiggle wagons. Hopefully I can get in before it really hits the fan, We all know that I drive for Yellow, and obviously I'm a Teamster. But not everybody in the Teamsters agree with the idiots wherever the Teamsters headquarters is. I'm sure it's in Chicago because it's almost like a gang mentality with that bunch. I had gotten my Teamster letter today, or newsletter, and somebody's opinion made it sound like all this that has happened since Biden took office is Trump's fault. And they made no bones about it.
Go figure.
They said the tax, exactly. They said the tax cuts only helped out the 1%. And I'm thinking, no, it helped me out too, because now I can afford to buy the stuff that's gone up so damn much due to Biden, not knowing what in the hell he's doing. He's just a figurehead on the front of a ship, looks pretty, but does nothing. I am so tempted to write a letter and to the Teamsters headquarters and tell them, I don't pay them $54 or $58 a month to tell me how I should vote or, give me the bull crap that they're spreading. I wouldn't even buy that stuff for fertilizer. And it's just absolute pure crap. So, and then, of course, I open it up to page 2 and 3, and on page 3 it says Biden and Harris has done miracles for the working man.
Really? Wow.
Well, Steve, tell me, what has Biden and Harris done for you? Because you obviously work for a living like the rest of us out here. What have they done to help you? As far as I could tell, and as far as from my personal perspective, not a damn thing. They've made living out here rougher, because you can't even buy a hamburger meal without spending $15. And that's just a medium fry, medium drink, and whatever SOS that they can put out there for you. So they really haven't done a thing for me. Now, the people in the Teamsters headquarters, I'm sure they make a really nice salary. I'm sure it's 6 figures, maybe a little bit more than 150 a year, but they obviously do not speak for me when it comes to politics. So, they can't even get an agreement with one company over 7 or 8 different sections of the country, because I have a better health care system than what, say, Central States have. Central States has a pension, whereas I don't. I have 401k. And this is all negotiated by the Teamsters. So, this United We Stand nonsense with the Teamsters is just that, nonsense. So, anyways.
Well, technically, your
Teamsters
has new leadership now. Hoffa just exited. Now, do you feel any better about the new leadership, that things may change?
Oh, not with the opinions expressed by that one who wrote the piece about this is all Trump's fault. No, I really don't see where it's going to do a whole lot of good. The faces are different, the names are different, but I think the ideology is still the same.
Okay.
And I really don't see where it's going to be any good. Now, someone else in the Teamsters may have a different opinion, and
sure,
they may prove me wrong, but I'm not really giddy with excitement for what's coming up.
Okay.
So So only thing I'm looking forward to is the midterm elections, and I want to see these people that think Biden and Harris are the greatest thing out there since sliced bread. I want to see their jaws drop in a fair election where they don't take breaks in the middle of the night because, we're too tired, we're swamped. Well, get more help. That's all I got to say with that. How does a man come back from 125,000 vote deficit in by 600,000 votes in a state?
Yeah.
How does that happen? Mathematically, according to some mathematicians, that's impossible. So, what else could you think that would be? You have video evidence of Georgia where someone is pulling boxes out from underneath a table when everyone is gone. Well, don't you think that might be a little suspicious and throw up a red flag here and there?
No. It's just,
I mean,
pay no attention.
nothing to see here.
Nope.
Exactly. Don't pay no attention to the elephant in the room or the jackass in the room with the big black suitcase. Yeah, I hear you. So, but I just, I just don't understand. Well, I guess I do. Someone's in power. They get power drunk, and they want to stay in power for as long as they can, if not forever. They're going to do it by hook or by crook. So, anyways, yeah, I was one that called in yesterday, and I had to hang up because I was at the house and getting inside the house about I was the one that had an idea about how these kids were getting all these liver things. And I was going to say it was probably due to the fact that, one parent or both parents got the shots, and then had a kid after they got the shots, which is one idea. Two, it's a result of having COVID, either one parent or the other having COVID, which came through to the kid with, medical issues.
Yep.
Or three, maybe it was a result of the child getting inoculated, getting the jab, ouchie, where they don't know what was really going on in the serum. That's what I understand. The one that came up with this mRNA serum, said. He says, "Well, we really don't know." I mean, I applaud President Trump for doing what he did to get something out there, but if you don't know what the stuff is really going to do without testing, and of course they say, well, we did this on the RN one end or whatever. Yeah. Let's make sure we have something out there that's not going to affect us all within 5 to 10 years and, of bad health. I mean, what I understand, from what I had heard, that the kids today, the teenagers that have gotten these shots, they could be dead within 5 to 10 years because of the shots. Now, I don't want to see that happen to my grandchildren. I'm sure you don't want to see that happen to yours. But, when you give a company carte blanche to do whatever they can and be exempt from being taken to court, yeah, I don't like it. Now, the vaccines and the first booster, but I'm not doing that anymore. And if they put it in the flu shots, well, I'm not going to be doing them anymore either. So I'll just be taking my chances. And and speaking of the flu, I guess it's still floating around. Have you heard?
The
here
flu?
in New Mexico.
No.
Yeah. Apparently here in New Mexico, they had a 4-year-old die of the flu. And apparently we have had 127 people pass away from influenza. And it's like, well, I didn't hear that because it's always COVID. Hell, you thought, everything went away except for the COVID, and that was killing everybody. I mean, you get into a car wreck, people die. Well, it was COVID related because they tested positive. Oh, he had a heart attack. Well, yeah, he did, but
he had COVID.
He tested positive. Yeah, exactly. So, man, I tell you what, you just can't trust anybody anymore out there, without feeding you a big spoonful of crapola.
Now, just remember, for all those that actually got the flu vaccine this year, remember the efficacy, the effectiveness was it was less than 30%. I mean, it was way, way down there. They had the wrong strain. All right, get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Got the Red Mule coming up, Eagles on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Got a Friday underway. Hey there, Red Mule, what's going on?
Well, Steve, I was coming through Oklahoma the other day. Up there in Oklahoma City, or one of the suburbs, actually Yukon, Oklahoma, to the Walmart to grab some groceries. Got a nice setup there, parking spots for truck out there in the back. That Walmart, Steve, is on Garth Brooks Boulevard, which I guess is the hometown of Garth Brooks, which sets me to thinking, as good a job as Big Moose has done with his song, is there going to be a Big Moose Boulevard in his hometown here pretty soon?
Troy, Ohio. We'll have to see about that. Good question.
Well, I think he probably needs a little more time, but it sure seems to me he's as talented as Garth Brooks is, so why not? Steve, on this deal about the food plants, this Taylor Farms outfit out there in Salinas, I've spent a lot of time there, Steve. I know a little bit about that thing. They remodeled the place, I'm going to say somewhere between 15 and 20 years ago, and I've been through parts of it, a lot of water and everything in there, and I could not comprehend how the thing had burned down. And then I got reading the article there this past day. Said that they were just starting to plan up for the year, which, yes, that stands to reason. Now, Steve, as you know, for a lot of years, I've shut down after Christmas and then start up again in the springtime. Usually, when they get ready to go out there in Salinas, they start up again either the middle of March or the third week of March. Now, the article I read on that Taylor Farms plant said that they were just getting ready to start it up, and the fire occurred on the 14th of April, which looks to me like it was about 3 weeks late. Now, I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Okay, right.
So that just seems a little confusing to me. Now, In an effort of fairness, to take the other side of the argument, I had a cousin that worked for Simplot up in, I think it was Burley, Idaho, that they cleaned the plant up, and for some reason she went back in the room and there happened to be a live wire there, and she ended up getting electrocuted. So I know they do have a lot of problems in these manufacturing plants, and they're always pushing safety and everything on that, and maybe this is just a pure coincidence, but the 3-week discrepancy there just kind of strikes me as a little bit off, and I don't know anything about any of the other ones there. So, changing the subject, Steve, I heard somewhere the other day that oil that is being released from the SPR is actually ending up being exported. Had you heard that?
All I know is the oil coming out of the SPR gets auctioned off to the highest bidder, I believe it is.
Right.
So anybody, anywhere can buy it.
One would think that Congress would step in or somebody step in and put a halt to that going overseas. That just stinks to high heaven as far as I'm concerned. So, Steve, on that thing you was talking about earlier this morning about the bridge for the animals. Now I've seen a few of those around, and they're fine and dandy. But you said that thing is going to be 165 foot wide. Now, why on earth would they need that thing to be that wide?
All I know is looking at the, what do you call it, like the artist depiction of what it's ultimately going to be. It is truly fascinating what it's going to look like. But yeah, it's a big crossing.
Well, I guess they're going to go in there and put a bunch of dirt and plants and everything up there, so it just looks like a continuation of the landscape. Is that what they're going to do?
That's pretty much the way I saw it. Yes, sir. Like a natural bridge.
Well, whatever works, I guess, if it ain't taxpayer money. So, well, Steve, he's talking about how warm everything is going to get. It's supposed to get an inch of snow at the home 20 tonight, and I planted my hollyhocks before I left town a week ago, so I don't know if they're going to get frozen or not. So, Steve, let me touch on one more thing real quick. Now, y'all talking about Joe Biden being led around by the Easter Bunny, and I'm probably the only one that's old enough to get this one, but there's actually 2 bunnies involved there. Are you talking about Joe Biden turning around and shaking hands? He was actually shaking hands with Harvey the Invisible Bunny. Now, is that for your time, Steve?
I don't recall Harvey the Invisible Bunny. No.
Yeah, it was about 60 years ago. There's a play about Harvey the Invisible Bunny, and that's who Joe Biden was shaking hands with. That's all I got, Steve.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking again at the photograph. The artist depiction of that wildlife crossing, that groundbreaking, will be taking place today. I'll see if I can pull that up and share it. But it looks pretty cool from overhead. All right, we hit the top of the hour, midnight on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants to stop illegal immigration.
What is the cost imposed on Americans by the more than 2 million illegal immigrants who have come across the border under the Biden administration? What will be the cost to Americans of having maybe 6 million immigrants come across the border illegally just in this next year?
The Republican governor telling reporters in San Antonio on Thursday that there was plenty of cost on Americans due to the 2 million illegal immigrants believed to have come into the United States last year. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis isn't happy with the Justice Department's decision to appeal a court ruling striking down the federal mask mandate on mass transit. Speaking in the state's panhandle, the governor saying there should be no mandates, period. The governor again calling the mandates COVID theater. USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Alec Baldwin's attorney claims a report that said the movie Rust violated workplace safety procedures clears his client. New Mexico is issuing a nearly $140,000 fine for the accidental shooting that killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Baldwin was rehearsing with a prop gun when a bullet killed Hutchins and injured the movie's director. Baldwin's attorney says the report exonerates Baldwin. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is defending his plan to get the homeless people off the streets in New York. Mayor Adams saying it's not a so-called sweep.
Many people see it as this is an opportunity to go back home to family members, find alternative ways of living. Now that we're saying this is not dignified.
Adams says several people have decided to take safe haven beds or turn to the shelter system, but didn't give an exact number. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
SpaceX is marking another successful launch from Florida's Space Coast. The private company on Thursday afternoon launched a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 53 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. One of the Republican candidates for governor is speaking out in New York.
Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and his gubernatorial candidate son Andrew held a press conference about the issues facing New Yorkers. They say job one is to stop the corrupt Democrats currently running New York.
I believe that most Republicans in this state realize that we have to reform the state. It can't operate the way it's operating now at 2.5 times the budget of Florida. We have a governor who's doing a stadium that's going to end up costing us $4 billion because it benefits her husband. Take a look at the family members of these Democrats and how much money they get, and you'll get an idea of the corruption that goes on.
The gubernatorial primary in New York is June 28th. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The NCAA is adding an appeals process for targeting calls that are made in college football games. Targeting is defined as when a player takes aim at an opponent for purposes of attacking with forcible contact that goes beyond making a legal tackle. Players who are ejected in the second half of a game can now appeal the ruling. The NCAA will also investigate teams that are awarded an injury timeout through deceptive actions. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Welcome into a Friday TGIF. Yeah, the new and improved studio version. Overnight drive. Yes, someone had suggested, hey, get that copyrighted. I spoke to Moose before the program. He's got that all covered. The lyrics are, what is it, trademarked? The jingle itself, I guess, is trademarked. So somebody can't take the musical background and use it for something else. It all belongs to Hot Shot Secret now. All right. Yeah, I thought he was going to try to call in this morning. Now, he may still call in if he wakes up, dog has to pee or something, but he was kind of explaining to me. I'm not sure how many band members. They had a bass player, had a drummer, had I guess a lead guitarist. Moose actually was on the steel guitar there. So I think they used 9 different layers, as they call it. You record a version with just this instrument, then you 2 or 3 instruments and 9 different tracks, then adding on the, hey, Big Ed, are you with me? And all those, and then had to kind of dub them all together, mix them all together to come up with the final product. He said they spent about 7 hours in the studio this past day, and he was plumb wore out. Now, with the steel guitar, doing take after take after take, he said, my hand feels like I got stepped on. Somebody had golf shoes on. So all that effort, I said, what do we owe you? 9 hours or 7 hours of hard labor, plus the cost of diesel to take the crew from Ohio down to Sevierville, Tennessee. He was explaining also the producer, the guy, I guess the producer guy is a cousin of Dolly Parton, no less. Dolly's mom and his mom are sisters. Small world. He'll explain all that when we get to actually hear from the Big Moose next time he checks in. But meanwhile, happy Friday. What's going on, Eagle? Hey there. Hello, Eagle. I think that might mean he's... Okay, I thought he was trying to pick up the phone, but he's actually snoozing. How many times has Chevy Guy got to follow that up? All right, hang on, Chevy Guy.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Danny, what's happening this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Great show as always. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just wanted to clarify something there that Q-Ball said about Nancy Pelosi being third in line for the presidency, which is is correct, but kind of not like he's thinking. What that is in order for her to become president, something would simultaneously have to happen.
The president and the vice president.
At the same time.
So yeah, if Joe were to either step down or they do the whatever it is, 25th clause or whatever, the Constitution thing to remove him because he's not physically or mentally capable. Right. So Kamala becomes president, then she gets to, I guess, appoint vice president, which who knows who that could be, and I don't know.
Right, she would have to nominate,
and
they would have to be approved by both houses.
Okay, right,
the Senate and the House,
right,
by majority. So if that's going to happen, I'd say that will happen before November.
Well,
you know what I mean, because they're not going to have the majority to get somebody approved. If they can't get them approved, then it falls down into another clause there that gets way down in the weeds. I'm not sure exactly how it works.
Uncharted territory.
Yeah, exactly. And you was talking about those fires, and it seems to be a common thing after you brought it up. Like you said, maybe we don't pay a whole lot of attention to it, but what about two planes crashing in the same year?
Yeah,
I think that's common.
That's an odd one, yes.
Yeah, that's but anyway, I just wanted to clear that up. I think he may have meant it that way, but the way I took it when he said it, I thought, that I would just clarify how it went down through the ranks. And again, thanks for taking my call, and you have a good night, and everybody be safe out there.
Yeah, the whole the chain of command thing, right? The line of succession. Yeah, who do you think Kamala's going to pick? Because I say undoubtedly she's going to be picking somebody before November of 24. Maybe not November of this year, but definitely between now and the 2024 election. That's the big question. Who would she maybe pick to be vice president? I've heard, I can hear people out there saying, Obama. I guess she could. Some have suggested maybe she'd pick Michelle Obama. Don't know who she'd go for, but I think it's inevitable. We're going to find out. There you go, Chevy guy. Hey there, wake up.
Well, there you go. There you go. It's always a 50-50 chance, That was pretty cool. Yesterday I took my wife, doctor, and on the way back, our kids been getting on it because you never get a hold of anybody at my house. We're in a dead zone, and it's you take your risk if you get a hold of me or not. My phone does a little better than my wife's. I could never get a hold of her. Well, the kids got on us about you need to get something else. You need to get AT&T. Get back on the cable or something. So we call. I tell my wife, and she says, I'll do it. We'll do it. And we finally get a hold of an AT&T, customer service or whatever, we need to get this old stuff in. Well, this wonderful woman had this strong Indian from India accent, and she was, oh, yes, ma'am, and she just kept going on, and my wife had to give her the address at least 9 times, and she got it wrong just about each time. And then she couldn't get our last name very well, had to spell it out, and then had to re-spell it out. I'm sitting there, my sweet little wife getting angrier and angrier and angrier. Finally, we go through all this. She says, well, it'll be some time. Let me find out how much the charges will be. And we sit there for 30 minutes on the side of the road in town where we could get a good signal. And finally it comes back, oh, Miss Sue Birkenstock, we don't service that area anymore. I'm ticked off. Well, I get my phone back from my wife. I said, ma'am, I love the phone system and how we can contact and talk to people around the world. What part of India are you from? And she goes, no, sir. No, sir. I'm in Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta. Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, I hang up the phone and I look over at my little wife and I said, Maudine, them folks in Atlanta sure do talk funny. So, oh well, there's all kinds. Let's have some fun.
She may have been in Atlanta, but she wasn't from Atlanta.
Go ahead.
She may have been in Atlanta, but she wasn't from Atlanta.
I know. Well, them people in Atlanta must talk funny. That's all I get. So. But hey, you have a great weekend. Prayers for Gilligan and his wife. It's hard to get out there and cut up like we like to do when we got a family member going through something. So, but we're just enjoying the fellowship of the family. And if he needs anything, give us a call.
Yes, sir.
Moose, I enjoyed his song. I enjoy his original song because I think the music sort of buries his singing. And it's a little, in my opinion. What do I know? I can't sing a lick. But really appreciate Moose getting out there and doing that for the program. Yeah, because it's what it's all about, keeping Steve Sommers an overnight drive on the air and letting this thing grow some more and more people. I enjoy the fact that time and time again I get to call in and all I get is a busy signal. That's a good sign, brother. All right, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the evening. How about it?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chevy Guy. All right, that you may have got a busy signal earlier. That is not the case now. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Last night's program, I shared under the industry headlines, the number of road rage incidents and the number of shootings. I mean, not just somebody flipping the bird or trying to run somebody off the road. I mean, every day someone's pulling out a damn gun to shoot at somebody out there on the roads. Because maybe you made a little mistake. I didn't see you in my rearview mirror, or you were in the blind spot. Pennsylvania State Police investigating a road rage incident on the Schuylkill Expressway this past evening. This happened about 6:30, eastbound lanes. Police say gunfire was indeed reported, but no one was actually struck. Police briefly closed the highway between Montgomery Drive and Spring Garden Street. At this point, no arrests. They're asking anyone with any information to contact the state police. Another day, another shooting scenario, road rage on the highways. All right, we'll check in with Philip in Florida. Hopefully he's feeling a little better today. He's a little under the weather for last night. And our number again, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I suppose some frightening moments. Maybe a truck driver that needed a change of underwear, but all ended with no injuries. In what was a truck driver's search for overnight parking, accidentally led to a partial collapse of a parking garage in Virginia Wednesday night. This was in Lynchburg, Virginia, a little after 10 o'clock in the evening, again Wednesday night, at a parking garage near the Three Roads Brewery. According to WSLS, the driver entered the parking garage while looking for a place to park overnight, while waiting to deliver to Three Roads Brewery in the morning. As the driver made his way across the top deck of the garage, his truck fell through the concrete, causing a partial collapse of the garage. Luckily, the vehicles parked on the level below the collapse were able to drive off without incident. Only one car was actually damaged, no one hurt. According to the fire department, this one's not too bad. There's no full collapse, no threat of anyone being trapped in debris below. That's the biggest concern when something like this happens, a deck collapse with occupants and cars underneath, that you would need some search and rescue efforts. Fortunately, that was not the case here, but they do say the parking garage will be closed for quite some time as the city of Lynchburg works to inspect the structure. Officials say the incident was an accident and no citations had been issued. Let's head on down to Florida. Hey, Philip, feeling better on a Friday?
Yeah, I feel a little bit better. Sorry about yesterday, bud, but this wind down here, we've had a lot of wind the last few days, and we haven't had much rain, and it's just stirred up everything. It's like a dust bowl down here, and it just got to me yesterday. So I had to take off, and sorry about that. But I guess it was a good day to be at home with all what was going on. I got up in the morning, and I'm actually sitting and watching Joe Biden talking about what he's going to send to Ukraine, and I guess we're not going to have any more ships from Russia in the United States. Did you hear that, Steve?
I heard that, banning Russian ships from our ports, yes.
So if anybody has anything coming from Russia, it ain't coming on a ship. Also was enlightened by the vote yesterday in the Florida Senate on our district kings and all this stuff. Did you hear about what our fantastic government did yesterday down here?
Disney's kind of stirred up the proverbial shish kebab storm.
Well, as far as that goes, I'm not going to comment about Disney or Reedy Creek, Steve, but I am going to point something out to some folks down that they need to understand about Florida. Okay, so first off, I'm going to talk about the East Point Water and Sewer Company. Now, that's in a town in East Point. It's in Franklin County. It's up in the Panhandle of Florida. With what happened yesterday about the special districts being voted out, those people in that company are out of business in a year. And everything that's in that business is going to be
dissolved, and then it's going to be taken in either by a county or the municipality of East Point. Okay? So the people of East Point, if it gets absolved to them, it's going to increase their taxes, going to raise their taxes about 20%, and they have to absorb the debt that company has as well. And that's what's going to happen with what happened yesterday with these districts. Now, I don't know if anybody knows about these districts down here, and I'm going to explain it to you how they work. Okay, so when the government of Florida does not want to be involved with something, like they have been for many, many years, they set up a district. A municipality sets up that district, or a company sets up that district, and the money is taken from bonds and taxes, and it is approved through the state of Florida. Now, for all those that don't know out there, there's 1,844 of these districts in the state of Florida. Okay? And it's everything from an airport authority to a library to a water district to an environmental district. It's a lot of things. And a lot of people don't understand that that's how it works down here because of our legislatures and the way they've been over the years. This hasn't started just yesterday, or it happened yesterday. This has been going on for many, many yesterdays, a long time ago, that our legislatures have not had the industrial fortitude to come and make something up. Okay? Our infrastructure in Florida sucks. And I'm going to tell you that right now, folks. They've focused more on tourism than they focused on the infrastructure of these cities. And that's what the problem is. Now, I'm sorry, Steve, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but there wasn't a lot of thought into what went down yesterday. Now, as far as the redistricting goes, I think you're going to hear more about the redistricting deal down here than you are about the other side of the story, which I can't comment about because that involves the company I work for. But I think that's going to bring up more fire than this other stuff is. But a lot of people need to understand that a lot of governments don't step up in certain situations. And Florida is way behind the times, and they need to step up. Do you have anything you might want to comment about that, Steve?
All I know is that there is a window of opportunity for the districts to be reestablished. So there's ability for them to negotiate between now and June of next year. Absolutely. They're going to have to. But I can tell you one thing, Steve, if it goes through and everything that doesn't, this could be held up into court for years. It just goes to show that politicians, they need to understand, when you go for the jugular vein of something, you need to do your work on the background before you do it. And that's one thing that they need to understand. I mean, I don't have a problem with politics, but when it involves the infrastructure of a city or it involves the infrastructure of a district, as far as a library, look at the Marion County Library community. They're going to be, if they don't get this right, they're going to be out of business in a year. Okay. Obviously, and I did not talk directly about. I don't know the internal workings of your Florida community, but hold that thought. We'll pick up there after the news break here, bottom of the hour.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175. You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it. Where do we leave off there? All right, Disney. All I can say is for the life of me, I just don't understand why so many corporations, big companies want to get involved in what's going on politically. Yeah, Coca-Cola. Their training manual. Remember the flack, the fallout that they lost, untold millions of dollars in sales and Coca-Cola drinkers over going woke. On the flip side of the coin, I mean, you have someone like the boss man there, the creator of Chick-fil-A, who said, "I'm standing up that marriage is between a man and a woman." The fallout from the left. Boycott. Last I heard, their business actually is thriving, even much greater since then. But you could go, one company after another, when they decide to throw their, I guess when they get so big, which Disney is. Disney's big in Florida. They've got a lot of political clout in the state, but they've kind of picked a fight with the government there. The whole fight on conservatives and the whole what Disney called the "Don't Say Gay" legislation, which the legislation does not say "Don't Say Gay" in it anywhere. They just dubbed it that. But I actually concur that we have no business teaching or educating kindergartners, first, second, and third graders about sexual orientation. Do you feel like you're a boy? Do you feel like you're a girl? And all those sort of things. It's way too young to be putting that kind of pressure on a child's head. You know what I mean? So Disney, in other words, picked a fight with the government, and I guess they're kind of doubling down on it. Now, what Philip was talking about, the House of Representatives gave final passage to the bill that's going to strip or dissolve the private government, Walt Disney World's private government. It's the feud over their opposition to what they call the Don't Say Gay law. Yes, it will have potentially huge implications for Disney. And it may have other implications, which now they're saying they're going to be looking into, as he's talking about these other districts. But this is just the latest salve. It's a culture war. Policies about race and gender and other things, which is actually looking at clickorlando.com, and I think we all could agree it's turned Ron DeSantis into one of the most popular Republican politicians in the whole country. I mean, many saying he's a strong potential candidate for president in 24. But this dispute involves Disney's criticism of the new law that bars instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity for those youngest of young, kindergarten through third graders, as well as instruction that's not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate as they describe it. Now, Disney, back in March, they said, hey, we're not going to give any more political donations in the state. We're actually going to begin to support organizations who are working to fight the new law, which pissed off DeSantis and the fellow Republicans. They lashed out. They say, we're going to defend the law as reasonable. DeSantis's quote reads like this: Disney and other woke corporations will not get away with peddling their unchecked pressure campaigns. If we want to keep the Democrat machine and their corporate lapdogs accountable, we have to stand together. So again, that passed this past day. It may impact, obviously, a handful of other similar districts by June of 2023. As we left off there is, I guess, the ability for the districts to be reestablished. So there's going to be negotiations, but for the time being, this is going to go straight to DeSantis' desk, and he's undoubtedly going to sign it. The county officials issued a statement after the passage. Now that the legislature has passed a bill to dissolve the Reedy Creek Improvement District, Osceola County government will begin looking to understand the impacts in preparation for this going into effect, including evaluating the shifts in cost to the county. As Disney and Reedy Creek have been self-contained, we're not sure of what the financial responsibilities that will be encumbered after this goes into effect. Over the many years, Disney's been a strong community partner. We expect that relationship to continue as we work together for a transition plan. Yes, Disney, one of the biggest private employers, more than 60,000 workers in the state of Florida. It's not clear how the company or local governments around its properties would be affected if the district is pretty much dissolved. Again, I'm not real familiar with how things work in the state of Florida with all these districts and all that, but that's kind of new to me. But I guess it comes down to, why does or did the Disney upper echelon, the leadership, want to delve into the foray of the LGBT yes or no, opposing the legislation about what they're calling the Don't Say Gay bill? That's, I guess, the question I would have. Any comment on that, Philip? Or you?
Nope.
No comment. Okay, because that's the company you work for.
Well,
right?
No comment. I'm not going to comment about that situation. As far as my personal opinion about that bill, I think people need to read the bill and figure that out for themselves. I mean, it's common sense. You just talked about it, Steve. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure out what that bill's about and what it's supposed to stand for. Now, as far as these districts go, the ramifications that happen with this, I don't think Mr. Randy Fine, who's the guy who went to Ron DeSantis and talked to him about setting up this deal, they did the background work on it. Mr. Fine has got probably at least 3 or 4 of these districts that are in his area where he's at. He's the representative from Palm Bay, Florida, which is down on the East Coast. Now he supports Brevard County, and Brevard County, who's the largest employer in Brevard County, Steve? Cape Canaveral, KSC. All our rocket stuff comes from that area. That's in Brevard County, and there is a gazillion districts in that area. I'm just using that as not derogatory or anything, but what the point I'm trying to bring is our state government over the years has never stepped up and established an area and called it, for sewer or water infrastructure, any infrastructure areas. They've never done it, Steve. Do you remember what's happened down in Tampa, south of Tampa, about a year and a half ago, Steve, with that phosphate retention area that leaked out into the bay, right. Tampa Bay? And you remember that, Steve? And
the massive, the red tide, the massive bloom, I don't know, whatever came of it.
Mm-hmm. And that was caused because the legislature sitting on their hands and not getting that stuff hauled out of there like it was supposed to be done. They knew it was down there. They knew it was happening. They didn't go down in there. One of the biggest problems that we've had in Florida all these years has been everybody has been afraid of what's going to happen with the infrastructure as far as our environment. oh my God, we can't do this because of the environment. And it takes common sense. If you're going to cause something like that down there, you haul the stuff out. When you have hazardous water that's sitting in an area, you need to get rid of it. You dispose of it appropriately. But we didn't do that. We sat on our hands. That's the biggest problem with Florida. Everybody is so afraid of the environmental impacts, which usually you've seen what happened down there because they sat on their hands. It impacted the environment and destroyed a lot of Tampa Bay. There's areas of Tampa Bay now that are really bad polluted because of that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And these districts were set up years ago to keep that from happening. Okay? And I'm not saying Reedy Creek was set up for that. I'm not going to comment about Reedy Creek. But what I am saying is our state legislatures and our governor, and I support my governor. Don't get me wrong. I support my governor. I also support the company I work for. Okay? I don't agree to either one of them's political views in some instances, and that's all I'm going to say on that one. And I have the right as an American to not to do that. I don't have to agree with what my company agrees with. And I have the right to not agree always with what the governor of my state agrees with. But the thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we're taking care of our place down here. And we're not. And we have not. So, but I've got to get going, Steve. I appreciate your time. And by the way, I did see the rocket launch yesterday. I didn't go outside and see it because it was overcast, but I did watch it on TV. It was a great launch. They pulled it off. They did a good job. And we're going to have the other folks coming back this weekend. And then hopefully next week we'll get the other crew up into space. So y'all have a good one. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate your time.
All right. You do the same. Have a good weekend. Philip, thanks for checking in. And I guess that crew's supposed to be arriving back. Is that sometime tonight? That departure that was taking place. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We return into a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, coming up next hour, in our final hour, you'll get your final keyword, at least as far as Overnight Drive's concerned, for the final keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Of course, you will. Coming up later in the day. More opportunities, keywords coming up between, 5 and 9 a.m., 5 and 7 a.m. or p.m., 9 and 11 a.m., 5 and 7 p.m. You got the morning grind, where they'll give you a keyword at the evening surge via tncradio.live. So stick around for that. Now, let me just jump on to the Scarecrow this Friday morning. Morning, Scarecrow.
Hey, good morning there, Stephen. And I say Steve. I'm not using the Kemosabe lineage anymore. My apologies, first of all, to Kemosabe's friends and acquaintances and such. I hung that moniker on around you, Steve, a little while back. For some reason, I thought I'd heard the Kemosabe title used in the past. I didn't realize he was one of our listeners and such callers. But so with that, we'll back to Mr. Steve Sommers. How's that work?
That's fine.
It kind of works out okay here. Phillips talk about Disney, unrelated to his story, but thinking back here now, yesterday you'd referenced the PC police are kind of realigning some of the Disney stories and characters and such.
Right.
Remember that?
Tinkerbell, Captain Hook, the Aristocrats. I think the Aristocrats, somewhere in the Aristocrats film, it's kind of like the whole Dr. Seuss thing. Remember in some of the Dr. Seuss books, they had caricatures of people that maybe had the slanty eyes and they were Asian people. I think there was a piano player in the Aristocrats. They had kind of slanty eyes and chopsticks. That's all got to change.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure there's a lot of those Hanna-Barbera cartoons and whatnot come into play. I've thought about this for quite some time. I've been hoping for this. In this feel-good world where everybody's a winner, I've been hoping for years that Willie E. Coyote would somehow be able to get his hands around that Roadrunner's neck one of these days and likewise push down on that dynamite plunger and actually blow up that bird instead of pulling his own ass off the road, Likewise, I'm sure that big bad wolf would love to get a taste of pork chops there, Anyway, I'm in and out of the truck on occasion about this time of evening, so I don't know. I'll ask if Chevy guy run this story past you earlier in the week about that memorial up in New York that is capsized and is kind of sinking. You touch on that, do you remember?
No, say it again. What was capsizing?
It's a World War II memorial.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes,
New York
yes.
Harbor.
Correct, yeah. Yep.
Did Chevy guy touch on that at all?
I don't believe he did.
I guess him being the big Navy veteran and all, I had figured it was something that he would really, love to touch on. Well, either way, it's been in the news, national news, 3 times this week. It's a World War II destroyer that was renamed the Sullivan. There's been a bit of a history lesson here now. The Sullivan brothers grew up in Waterloo, Iowa. There's 5 of them, and they're all roughly about the same age. And World War II, they all wanted to serve on the same ship, enlisted in the Navy. That ship, I believe, was in the Battle of Guadalcanal. It was torpedoed and sank. And citizens, parents dreaded an officer coming to the house at that point in time because it meant they'd lost a family member. The granddaughter of one of these fellas, this is on the news the other night, she said her mom, or great-grandmother then, saw them coming up the steps, so she knew what was going on. She asked which of her boys that she'd lost, and she was told all of them. All 5 died in that one torpedo attack. Well, this brings us to today. That ship was renamed in their honor, and it started, heating and cooling cycles through the years have really cracked the hull and whatnot. So it's been taken on water for some time now, and but they finally secured funds, to right it and make things proper as they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And Chevy guy could verify this, but I believe since that moment in time, no 2 family members are allowed to serve on the same ship in the Navy, for that very reason, loss of a entire family like that. So no, I didn't want to repeat that story if Chevy guy had already touched on that.
It's kind of like the whole Saving Private Ryan thing, right? Where what do you have? 3 other brothers that had all died in the war, and they's like, okay, and then they made the rule that will never happen again.
Yeah, exactly. When I kind of did the search last night on this way, that came up and said, the Saving Private Ryan, it was kind of got inspiration from, what the real life thing was. I can't imagine, the parents going through something like that. But on the lighter side of things here, this being a Casual Friday in my book, you touch on those fires out west, that were on the news every day now, it seems. I have a whole new respect for, firefighters and such that have to deal with, that area, the mountain fires and forest fires and such. Last week we'd spent that time up in the Yosemite Valley, and, I saw all the scorched trees from past fires, and, the topography, you've got 40% slopes and whatnot, and the foliage and whatnot, evergreens like that, once they start burning, they just they feed each other, and I can't imagine having to come close to start fighting fires in those conditions and such. Those individuals, they earn their keep big time, and that ties me into this. I'm in all kinds of trouble with my better half, and I'm maybe going to have to blame Chris on this.
Uh-oh.
Last night or yesterday, you'd touched on, these snowstorms that are, hitting, forecast out there in the mountains, and Donner Pass and such. So I right away sent, as a joke, sent my boys a message: you better avoid Donner Pass. They may be closing that, in the near future. But when I got home yesterday, I went to the reading room with my wife's laptop and brought up the traffic cams for I-80 and such. And this is against her better judgment. She's asked me not to take her laptop in there for fear of what might happen. And
right.
Well, it happened. It was sitting on the vanity there, and one of those darling little 4-legged furry critters. I was distracted, and I knew it went prancing across the keypad, and next thing I'm looking is the upside down laptop down on the ceramic tile, and now besides this furnace that I'm going to find out this afternoon how much it's going to cost me, I got to dig a little deeper for a new laptop here too, and I'm just kind of wondering, since I was driven to do that webcam search, on the Steve Sommers overnight program, maybe I could reverse charges to Chris. What do you think?
Just send him a bill. Oh boy. All right, Scarecrow. Hey, we're at the top of the hour, but our final hour is just ahead here on a Friday morning.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my fifth successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Russia has tested a new nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile. Russian President Vladimir Putin saying it's a unique weapon that can overpower any existing missile defense system. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says the United States needs to upgrade our domestic nuclear missiles.
Joe Biden earlier this month canceled a routine missile test because he didn't want to do anything that would be provocative or escalatory. Right. And I think Vladimir Putin sees that the West is still on the back foot.
The White House says the test was announced ahead of time and that it has not deterred any plans to continue supporting Ukraine. Accused high school shooter Ethan Crumbley has a tentative trial date set for September 6th. Crumbley is accused of shooting and killing 4 students at Oxford High School just outside of Detroit in November. The 15-year-old will be tried as an adult and he will remain jailed and won't be moved to the Juvenile Detention Center. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
As home prices continue to rise, rent prices are following suit.
Rent prices across the U.S. climbed to record highs in March. A new report indicates that's largely because an increasing number of potential buyers are being pushed out of the market. Real estate brokerage Redfin said the median monthly asking rent increased 17% compared with a year ago. This marked the largest annual jump since February 2020, according to Redfin's data. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Mike Tyson is in the news again after an incident on a flight.
Former boxing champ Mike Tyson appears to attack an intoxicated airline passenger on a flight that was slated to leave San Francisco for Florida this morning. A witness said that 55-year-old Tyson asked the passenger to leave him alone after initially taking a selfie with his friend. The former heavyweight champ lost his cool when the man didn't stop and delivered a flurry of blows, drawing blood on the antagonizer's forehead. The witness says Mike walked off the plane just seconds later, and the man who was punched received medical attention and then went to police.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. SpaceX is marking another successful launch from Florida's Space Coast. The private company launching on Thursday a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 53 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Bird.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Space weather update. We're talking about all these solar flares as of late. The sun has been very active. According to spaceweather.com, no CMEs, coronal mass ejections, are headed to the Earth. So far this week, the sun has produced dozens of solar flares, but remarkably, 0 debris is headed our way. All the explosions have been off target. You have Sunspot Complex AR 2993-94, which is still turning toward the Earth, however. So the odds of a future hit are actually increasing right now. But there are some big-time sunspots up there. Somebody got a photograph from Poland this past day, a flock of cranes that were flying across the setting sun, and you could see in the photograph the active sunspot complex that is so big it's literally visible to the naked eye. Of course, you don't want to look at the sun with the naked eye. It is true, the primary dark cores of AR 2993-94 are twice as wide as Earth. Technically, this makes them naked eye objects, but you have to be very, very careful. You have to have safe solar filters to try and look at the sun when it's up. All right. So amazingly, with all those solar flares this week, no CMEs on the way. Someone had posted another photograph, like an infrared image. Since you don't have a lot of dig into, you might want to mention the 4 huge sunspots that are rotating into Earth view. He said if there's thunderstorms, while a good-sized solar storm sets off a flare or a CME, it can actually increase the size of storm and the amount of lightning. All right, so good news, though. No CMEs headed our way now in the weather closer to home here on the planet Earth. Old man winter about to strike again. What will be the 3rd snowstorm in a little over a week's time across parts of Montana and the Dakotas. AccuWeather's experts forecasters say this could evolve into a full-blown blizzard once again. Traffic snarling, snow, feet of accumulation. Winter storm watches are up again across southern and eastern Montana, northwestern South Dakota, western North Dakota, ahead of this latest winter storm. What do we see here? The atmosphere appears to be kind of stuck in repeat mode right now. One storm after another. This latest system is going to put areas from southern Montana and northern Wyoming into western South Dakota and northwestern North Dakota at risk for the greatest accumulations this weekend, with the potential for a foot or more of fresh powder. Heavy snow forecast to extend into parts of central Manitoba, southern Saskatchewan, and southeastern Alberta, Canada as well. Where we see the heaviest snow, it'll be on the order of 1 to 2 feet. And with the strong winds, the blizzard conditions, drifts will approach 5 to 8 feet in some cases. That's going to lead to another round of travel shutdowns and significant dangers to those who attempt to venture out in this storm. Snow drifts and icy conditions led to road closures and vehicles becoming stuck, and at least one crash-related fatality with the previous 2 storms. When the snow gets wound up, snowfall rates up to 2 inches per hour is expected for eastern Montana and western North Dakota Saturday and Saturday night. Bismarck, North Dakota, which also is running way above average in snowfall this month, picking up nearly 22 inches this month to date, compared to what would normally be less than 4 inches, should miss out on the heaviest snow with this storm, but could still see some slippery conditions there in Bismarck. And this is another storm where the wind and the snow would once again threaten livestock at a very sensitive time for our cattle ranchers there. Calving season is underway. Any significant snowfall could pose a serious threat to the lives of young cattle if they become buried for any extended amount of times. But that's coming up Saturday into Saturday night. Get ready for another blockbuster, right? And back to the calls this Friday morning. JR, hi there.
Morning, Steve. Hey, I was watching the news before I left tonight. Have you seen the video of I thought it was in Florida, but I ain't for sure. A semi dump truck. I couldn't look like to me. It was a straight road, but he come around there and the school bus was stopped, a 2-lane road, and he couldn't stop. There was a van behind the school bus, and then there was 3 cars in another lane, and all of a sudden he's got a dash cam in. It's an older truck, and he starts blowing that horn, and that van behind that bus, she ran off the road. She thought she was going to hit the bus. And then the guy in the pickup truck with the first vehicle, he puts in reverse and backs up into the other car, and that guy comes flying around the school bus. And it was a trainee in the school bus seat. They just picked up the kid, sit down, all of a sudden there he come. And you hear the truck driver, he's saying a bunch of words. I can't remember what it was, but he's sitting there blowing that horn, and the dash cam in the bus, you see where he just flew around that bus.
Yep.
I mean, I thought it was in Florida, but I might be wrong. But I don't see why he couldn't. This was a turn there, but I don't see why he couldn't stop. But
the brakes had gone. His brakes had gone out.
Well, I don't see how the brakes are going to go out. He wasn't even. He couldn't be going at 55 mile an hour. I don't understand it. That's an older truck. Maybe that truck should have been on the road.
Right, but that was the story was the brakes had gone out, according to the story. I mean, the driver of the truck's actually being hailed as a hero because I guess he laid on the horn, and some of the vehicles heard the horn, saw him coming, and were able to. I mean, he had to literally thread the eye of the needle to get around between the bus and the cars as he had to pass.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd probably try to put it in a ditch there or something. I don't know what I'd done. But, he just lucky everybody was on the bus and nobody else moved, I guess. That pickup truck, who was in that pickup, they got scared and they backed up real quick and ran over the car behind them.
Yep.
But, yeah, I just saw that tonight. I thought, man. But that was an older truck. If the brakes went out, maybe it should have been on the road.
Well,
they
right.
said no charges were filed. no charges were going to be filed against him.
I
don't know.
Doughboy had emailed me earlier. I was supposed to link that video up last night, and I had forgot to do that. So I did. I just linked it up there for those who hadn't seen it. But it is a close call.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I woke up and watched that. And they showed it. I thought, holy crap! Man, that's unreal. All right, I didn't know if you've seen that or not.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks for the heads up
I'll
there,
let you
JR.
know.
Have a great weekend. Thanks for being with us here on a Friday morning. Hey, Knucklebuster, yeah, I saw that as well. Knucklebuster shared this with me. I had that one printed up, but not good for CNN. Just fired up this streaming service here less than a month ago, CNN Plus, right? They thought this is going to be the latest, greatest venture for CNN. What a flame out that had attracted stars like Chris Wallace, Allison Roman, looking to attract a new generation of news consumers. It started March 29th, shortly before CNN was taken over by the new corporate parents, the new leaders of the Warner Brothers. Discovery quickly let it to be known that they considered CNN an ill-conceived idea. They're going to be shutting down. It's already announced, shutting down at the end of April. So a service that lasted maybe a month. They said the CNN Plus programming and employees will be absorbed into the TV network and the website. So they're not going to lay people off. So they said this past day. In the memo to employees Thursday morning, CNN's chief executive officer said consumers wanted simplicity and an all-in service rather than standalone offerings. Discovery had previously suggested they wanted to merge the new company's separate streaming services, which include Discovery Plus, HBO Max, into a single app. But I guess all said and done, they did not garner, at one point, something like 10,000 subscribers is all they had. It was a failure, in other words. Shutting it down here in about a week, I guess that would be. There we leave off. Big Sexy, what's been happening this week?
Oh, we've had a lot of rain and all that all week. This is the first good night I've had. Plus, papers have been late all week. There have been some days I didn't get done till about 9 o'clock in the morning because of being late. I've been having problems with getting the machine that prints the addresses on them, for the mail work right. So that's thrown us behind. Tonight's the first night we've been back on schedule. You remember last Friday? We had a tornado emergency here in Arkansas, and then the Weather Service out of Little Rock said there wasn't no tornado. Remember that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. There is a deal about a woman in Cleveland, Ohio, that has made at least 5 false storm reports. And it was being made through Spotter Network. And Spotter Network is a network deal where all the
certified,
people who are trained as spotters can
certified weather spotters.
You've heard of Spotter Network?
Absolutely, yeah.
And with their way that they had it set up to report, you could change your location to fit where the storm was. Say you're 2 or 3 miles away and the storm's ahead of you, you could change your location to where that was when you reported it. So it would pinpoint it right where it was at. And she was changing hers from Ohio, where she was at home, to over here. And some of them showed up in the middle of fields and everything else in Arkansas. And that was part of what made the Weather Service go well, she was reporting confirmed sightings of it, and they went with a tornado emergency for a large wedge-shaped tornado when there wasn't one. Well, today, Spotter Network made the announcement that from now on, there will be no movement of your location. Wherever you report it from is where it's going to put your location.
Okay.
So you can't move your location to fit where, and that should stop a lot of that, because if
say you're sitting there in Cleveland, Ohio, and you're reporting a storm over here, that's going to automatically throw up a red flag. When they got to looking at them after the storm come through, when the Weather Service had time to slow down and look at it, there was reports made in one spot, a report made in a spot 30 miles away 10 minutes later. There ain't no way you can do that. You can't travel that fast. So, that was, they're trying, and the Weather Service is also looking at it. There is a law against that, reporting false reports.
Yeah, I mean, are they thinking,
they're looking into that, too.
So whether she was intentionally making false reports?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Intentional. Even linked a picture from one of the tornadoes that was from, not even from Friday. It was from a year or so ago. They was both been shot Friday night.
So she's just out, I guess, getting her jollies, making false reports, trying to create pandemonium.
She won't be making any more because they suspended her account and, froze it where she can't even do nothing.
Wow.
Now. I seen where she made a post on Facebook. She had to make a new account on there. I mean, and when people do stuff like that, I hope they throw the full book at them,
Wow.
Because that undermines the integrity of the, system. People are going to say, well, why should we believe their warning when they issued a warning last time and there wasn't even one? It was a false report.
Mm-hmm.
They've come down on that today. They stopped that. So hopefully that'll put a stop to it. But they can still make false reports through other ways, They can tweet them. They can call them in,
So I guess she gets if
they catch you,
Dumbass of the Week nominee.
Yeah, a big one. But that's what I had for you tonight. I just wanted to get in here, and I don't think I've called you this week.
I hadn't heard from you this week. Now, of course, I was out Monday.
I might have one night.
I was out Monday morning. Maybe you called Monday morning when I was off.
Yeah. You took Monday morning off. Yeah, I remember that. But no, I think I did call in one night, but, like last night I was dodging rain and running late and all that. I didn't have time.
So you dropped off.
Okay. You have a good weekend, and I'll catch you.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. You do the same. Have a great weekend. All right. Who are we looking at here? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve, from Lexington, Nebraska. Got 49 degrees. Instead, woke up, I'm late for class. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, the iconic Carolina Monkey Gouger from Kirks, Nebraska land. So getting a late start this morning. Yeah, where's Monkey Gouger been? I said, I thought for sure he'd check in this morning. And he did call on Tuesday morning, held for about 15, 20 minutes, I think, and disappeared. Even after I said, we got you coming up next, Monkey Gouger, so he had to go. Santa Claus checking in. How you doing, Steve? Got 72 degrees here in the greater Phoenix area. The California conservative here, using my buddy Santa Claus's account. The good elf is taking a nap. Oh, well, good to have you. The California conservative? I didn't know there was such a thing. Yeah, there just ain't a whole lot of them, though, are there? Very good. As we get the final hour here off and rolling, what do you say? Let me jump over and said, hey, what was our keyword? Well, I hadn't given the keyword for this hour, but what do you say? Are you ready? Here we go. It's time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Your keyword this hour is dive. Dive on in. D-I-V-E, dive. Go to tncradio.live on the web or the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, and it's that simple. And don't forget, for each entry, each of these keywords that you get entered during that's my final keyword for week number 3. We'll have 2 additional weeks left, going through May the 6th, and then on Monday, May the 9th, all the legitimate entries over the entire 5-week period get thrown back into the hopper, and one lucky winner, gets a $10,000 grand prize. Back in 2 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple minutes from news break, bottom of the hour here again. This hour's keyword, dive. D-I-V-E. Quick, let me mention, I don't think I've touched on this, but the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association plans to represent truck drivers' interests during oral arguments in a case involving the hours of service regulations. Coming up next Monday, April 25, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit will hear oral arguments regarding challenges to the FMCSA's changes to the hours of service that went into effect in September of 2020. The Teamsters and several safety groups argued that those changes had the change to short-haul operations and the 30-minute break negatively affect safety and were made without justification. The FMCSA and OOIDA, which is serving as an intervener in the case, contend these rule changes are part of a 2-year process based off research and more than 8,000 comments from drivers and other stakeholders. As part of the oral arguments, the petitioners and respondents each receive 15 minutes to state their case and answer questions to the D.C. Circuit's 3-judge panel. So the FMCSA and OOIDA will share the respondents' 15 minutes. Todd Spencer and the association is taking part to speak up for the drivers who are affected by the rule changes. They actually support the changes that were made, by the way, so we'll have updates next week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States ranks 13th worldwide for investments in infrastructure, and President Biden says the $1.2 trillion infrastructure law will help change that. Speaking at the Portland Air Base, the president says the money will go to improve airports, bridges, highways, and broadband across the country.
Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic.
The president staying on the West Coast, speaking in Seattle on Friday. The Fed Reserve is likely going to raise interest rates more quickly in the near future. Chairman Jerome Powell saying a 50 basis point hike will be on the table when the Fed meets next month. Find us on Facebook at USA Radio. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house. Why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me jump over to the email bag. There's Truck and Phil checking in this morning. All right, coffee up, right? Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. There it is, coffee up. Happy Friday. A good week in the books. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Everybody, have a great weekend out there. 247 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Hope you have a good weekend as well. Then Craig, you asked the same question as he said. How does a big truck get into a garage, like the parking garage thing? Yeah, they're built to accommodate cars and small vans. Yeah, now CDL Life actually, they've got some of the photographs there, and I'm not sure how this particular garage is built. Whether there's some sort of a ramp that he was able to get straight up to the top or what, because he was on the top deck, trying to pull up the pictures again. But yeah, it's definitely a big truck in that garage. If you haven't seen that yet, I'll share that so you can see for yourself. Now let's get back to the calls here. Let me see here. Kangaroo checking in from Montana this morning. Hello, Kangaroo.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Well, not too bad. I just a quick couple of things I was going to say. You talked about AccuWeather, what they're predicting. We've. I'm pretty close to the Canadian border up here in north central Montana, and we're in our county. We're still in such a bad drought. All the cattle that left the state of Montana, 25% of them, almost 25% of them left our county alone. We're in such a bad drought up here. We've had little bits of snow, but wind's been blowing like crazy. But North Dakota's been hogging that snow big time. I mean, we've got a bunch of folks that we know and live over there, and I mean, they've had 28 inches before the last 9 inches that they got, and they can sure share some of that moisture with us. But you mentioned AccuWeather. My employer utilizes that for railroad, and we refer to it as the not so accurate weather forecast.
Really?
One day it said 0% chance of moisture, and we were in a blizzard. So we kind of looked at each other and said, I guess this was what 0% chance of precipitation looks like, as you could hardly see each other in a blizzard. So meteorologists and politicians are the only two jobs you can have, be wrong 50% of the time and still collect a damn check.
That's correct. So, the weather forecaster, it's all over the country historically. And we get the same thing here. I mean, if we always... we listen 3 days out. If they're saying we may get 8 or 10 inches of snow, we say, okay, never mind. It's not going to be anything. If they say, all right, this storm's going to bring heavy snow somewhere to the north or south, and we're going to be on the edge of it, say, all right, batten down the hatches. We're going to get hammered.
Yeah. I was listening the other night, and you brought up the BLM, and so people don't get confused. That always was the Bureau of Land Management, not the other organization out there. We've been dealing with them up here. All my extended family ranches north of here, and so I've been around cattle off and on all my life. But we worked hard with them. Best conservationists of land are loggers and ranchers. These tremendous fires they talk about. Well, if you would actually allow the loggers to go in and selectively cut and trim up the old growth and clean up some of that dead stuff that's standing.
The fuel for the fire.
Terrible fires.
Right. Yep.
Absolutely. And ranchers have been working with the BLM for years to conserve the land, to work with the wildlife, even build little what we call birdie boards. You put them in the stop water tank so that if birds get in the water and get trapped, they actually have a little walkway to get up and out of the water. Things that we do to conserve nature and keep the grass growing, rotational grazing, etc. Building our fences. The lowest wire has to be a certain height off the ground because you don't know it. Antelope go under the fence. They don't jump the fence like deer do. Deer will jump over the fence, hence the top wire has to be a certain height, and the bottom wire has to be a certain height from the ground because antelope go under the fence. A kind of interesting little piece of trivia there for you. But the BLM, the new gal at the head of the BLM, she is a environmental, what's the best term to use? Wacko. I'll just say that.
Okay.
She is one that used to spike trees for the loggers. So when they go in to fall trees, the chainsaw hits the spike, and sometimes a logger could lose a leg. So she is an environmental whack job, and now she's the one that running the BLM, and we've been having issues out here in our county. BLM is granted the APR, the American Prairie Reserve, and now goes by the Prairie Reserve, is trying to make an American Serengeti for buffalo to graze throughout the whole grasslands out here, turn it back into the Old West. And so they're buying up these ranches, and they want to eliminate the ranch altogether out here so the big millionaire and billionaires can come out here and play. But the BLM allows them to put up fences 7 foot high for miles and miles, no access for the neighbors, and it's that you brought that up the other night. I'm just kind of stewing in my seat listening to it. We've been fighting with them, and but I don't know if a lot of people realize that the BLM leadership unfortunately has really gone downhill with the newer administration. Hasn't gotten any better, and they are not rancher friendly out here. Like I said, they're assisting the APR, and if they have their way, they'll take over. They've got the intentions of getting millions of acres to go all the way up to Canada. Is what their ultimate goal is, and to buy up every single ranch that they possibly can. And some folks, it's bad or drought. Folks are having a hard time even staying in operation. No grass, hay's $300-400 a ton. Can't afford to stay in business, and you get these folks, these billionaires throwing money at them, and they offer 4 times the land value and driving the price of ranches up. And it's a pretty sad deal out there right now for that. But anyway, so I'm glad I let you know about Kemosabe there. Hadn't seen him in a bunch of years. He's a good guy. Spent many times with him down at the Mid-America Truck Show and other places around the country. Last time I seen him was probably out in Tuella, Utah, a number of years ago when I had my trucks out there. But sure sorry to hear that. I didn't know.
Right. Yeah, I saw the original post where it was a motorcycle accident. I can't help but wonder if he had a helmet on or not.
Yeah, he's kind of old school, kind of think at it like me, when it comes to helmets at times, and free as the breeze is the best, so Yeah, it's just sure sad to hear that. Sure, everybody who knew him knew what a good guy he was. Some of the different things that we worked on together and different benefits and stuff over the years. There's sure sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, well, thanks for that.
Yeah, well, enjoy yourself, Steve, as usual.
Yeah, appreciate the heads up on that, because before you had mentioned that, I wasn't even aware. I just, like I said earlier, did the quick search on the Facebook page and found that. And about 15 before the hour, Chevy Guy. Hey there, you're calling to confirm scarecrows or verify scarecrow story, is that it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sullivan Brothers. Part of the problem was the media and the Navy was using them for a promotion, and had all these brothers on the USS Juneau, and so they trying to recruit people to benefits that y'all can serve together. Well, in the Pacific, the Navy was taking some serious hits. And to the point where we only had one single aircraft carrier, all our others sunk. At one point, there was only one single aircraft carrier, and that was USS Enterprise. Well, after the Juneau was sunk, I do believe they made that policy, but I'm thinking nowadays, if everybody only have one or two kids, they don't have to worry about that anymore. And as for museum ships, no, I haven't heard that. I've just heard a couple of blurbs. I'll look that up. Along with the log truck situation. But museum ships all over this country are suffering. I got the opportunity to go to the USS Lafferty, who was at D-Day and eventually was back out in the Pacific and was a kamikaze attack. So it's just an honor to actually walk aboard her. But whole bulkheads along the main deck were rusted out at the bottom. It just, these ships weren't built to last as long as they're lasting. They're out, so they do need a lot of maintenance. But the problem is they moor these ships into liberal cities. And these people don't even take care of their own towns, let alone these museum ships. And then the other problem is they don't even teach World War II in school. I've actually had an argument with a young man in his 30s about, it was during Pearl Harbor, Pearl Harbor Day. Well, it's America again. They were denying they did that because we were denying the Japanese their access to oil. And I said, yeah, you know what they were doing? The rape of Nat King. They were trying to take over the Asian basin. They were raping and they were taking babies, throwing them in the air and gouging them with their bayonets. They were Korea. Yes. He stood there and looked at me like I was some kind of fool. They're not getting the education, so these young people growing up today don't know what these museum ships are and what they stand for. The only museum ship that I believe, the only museum ship we have out there today is the USS Constitution, Old Ironside. She's still on the Navy. She's a commissioned ship in the U.S. Navy, and her crew are active duty U.S. Navy sailors. But if you, I don't know. There's so much going on today. I understand why you just. I'd rather send my money to St. Jude or the Shriners right now. These ships. A lot of men died to keep them afloat. When the Lafferty was her hull was reinforced, she come out of dry dock $4 million still in debt. And funny, when they brought her back over, they brought her landward side of the USS Yorktown. So it'd be hard for them to sneak over and just yank her out of there. But I believe that policy is still in effect, but I really haven't. I really haven't heard more of it other than just that in World War II. And I do believe you're right. That was a basis for saving Private Ryan. I've seen that in a story somewhere.
Okay.
But
fascinating.
Hey, Scarecrow. Sorry. I didn't think about talking about it, but I need to look that story up and find out what's going on. But that the Sullivans is up there in Buffalo, New York.
New York.
And I was
correct.
just thinking, my goodness, how do they keep the snow off of that thing? Keep it from capsizing with just snow alone.
So I mean, I did see the story said that there was indeed a hull breach, and it was partially sunk. I don't know that the water is deep enough there. I mean, because they said there was no chance that it was going to completely sink, but they had brought divers in, and they were, I guess, sealing off various sections of the ship, pumping water out, and trying to get things back up, and obviously making repairs to the hull. How the hull was breached on, I think it was April the 14th, when that first started unfolding. I'm not exactly sure, but all right, with that, what are we looking at? About 10 before the hour. So the Saving Private Ryan thing, I was just thinking, for those who've been listening for many, many, many moons, I probably passed away, 20 years ago. But Gorilla was one of the callers. People like Big Moose would probably remember it, because Gorilla was back in the day of old Possum Breath and Fat Man and Little Brother. But Gorilla was a Vietnam veteran. And, of course, during the Vietnam War, drafting and whatnot, and I think he had two brothers, Gorilla and one of the other brothers had served. He had served a couple of tours, I think, in Vietnam. And he said the sheer hell and what he witnessed there, it was, I guess, the possibility of his other brother, when his tour was done, being drafted to have to go and serve, see some of what Gorilla had seen. Gorilla actually re-upped one or two times to prevent the other brother from ever having to go over there. And he came back from Vietnam alive, survived and all, and never got to meet him personally, but I heard with the handle, the name Gorilla, kind of like Big Moose, a big guy. Gorilla was a big guy, but he was a really, really cool guy to talk to, and he's one of very few people that he was actually a part of he was a Mensa Society member. He was a genius. But there you go, just bringing back memories, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
rapidly heading down the home stretch here on a Friday for TGIF, by the way. Let me get to Rooster. How's it going, Rooster? What's been happening?
What's going on, Steve? How you this morning, man?
Doing just fine. Yeah, ready for the weekend. It's our big concert night tonight, Little River Band. So the girls are pretty excited about that.
That'd be a good time. Y'all have a good time there. I hadn't talked to you in a couple weeks, man. I've been really busy.
Well,
but,
I wondered where you've been.
To you and go ahead.
I wondered where you'd been.
Oh, yeah, man. I've had a lot going on here the last 2 or 3 weeks. Trying to trade trucks, and one of my brothers, he had to step away out of one of them, so I'm trying to find some help. It's been crazy, but I've been trying to follow this story you and Phillips talking about this morning down there in Florida, and I have yet to figure out what exactly is going on down there. Disney are they fighting with the governor of the state of Florida, or what's going on down there?
That's essentially what it is. Kind of a pissing match going on. Governor DeSantis signed that legislation about what schools can and cannot teach. I mean, barring them from teaching sex education, gender identity, and things like that for kids ages kindergarten to third grade. Well, when DeSantis signed that piece of legislation, which there's more to it than just that, things about schools being able to do things and actually tell the kids they don't have to tell their parents and whatnot. Yeah, DeSantis said, no. Parents deserve to know what kind of offerings are being offered to their kids. So anyway, Disney got all pissed off about that, and they tried to fight the legislation, and they're continuing to try to fight it. So that set off this whole back and forth pissing match, where I think Disney right now is coming out on the losing end. They're losing tons of subscribers to their Disney Plus. They're having cancellations. Conservatives saying I've refused to spend my money at a woke amusement park. So that's what this has been going on for about a month now. Yeah, I've been listening to y'all talk. I've been getting bits and pieces and stuff of it, but I just really wasn't sure what it was all about. But that's sad. That's not good. Yeah.
And I'm sorry to hear about Gilligan and his family. We've been saying prayers for them as well. But hey, man, I won't keep you. It's about time for you to get out of here. So I'll holler at you next week sometime.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you, Rooster. Thank you very much. And yes, you are correct with that. I look at the clock. There it is, a Friday morning. Hey, stick around for those listening to TNCradio.live. Of course, I don't know if they're going to have a repeat of anything with Marcia because she's been out. She's out recuperating right now after the fall here a week or so ago. But you'll get an opportunity. Another keyword for the $1,000 daily driver bonus coming up between 9 and 11 a.m. during the morning grind this morning. And the last keyword of this week between 5 and 7 p.m., TNCradio.live. We will see you back Sunday night at the midnight hour as we crank it up for a new week into a Monday morning. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. love. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.